This young player's already sort of made a mark on the national scene, I think, hasn't she, Mark? Henrietta Scott, the lead for Kiotoa.
Yeah, she's in the New Zealand under-26 side, and the game that she was on TV the other day, she played exceptionally good in the last half of the game. Like, I don't think she had a bowl outside a foot and a half. And
So
here's two good
McDonald.
bowls there.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing a forehand now. Coral Lukey's in a good position here with a couple of really good lead bowls. This one's going into a good home too if she settles in with those previous shots. Oh, not far off it.
Yeah, pretty good green again, and that's one of the key things. If we get the green right, once the weight comes, we'll start drawing shots. Oh, this is
That's
good.
pretty good bowls, yeah. Often see Rochelle Stevens. So all these players from Raumati work full time still, so you know what that means. Their practice times are a bit limited, but see all the players up there just practicing in their own time. Rochelle's one of those who just goes up with her own mat, doesn't worry about a jack, just spends half an hour each hand just practicing, packs them up and goes home.
Yeah, I don't think we always need a jack for our practice. I think it's more about just getting our timing right and what we say, practice with a purpose, not just go out and chuck some bowls down. Two great bowls here from Rochelle.
That's really good. Wow, that's great. That's great. When you're at least 3 down, that makes Audrey walk back with a bit more purpose, grinning.
Yeah, I'm not sure what sort of weight we'll see here from Natasha. She may just play to sit one of those, or we might see some bigger weight. It will be on the backhand, I think. That's one thing that you can guarantee here. Looks like big weight, or biggish weight.
Yeah.
Not as quick as I thought she might go at that one.
Yeah, it was a bit half and half, wasn't it? I thought maybe she'd just look to sit one of those shots. She had some good targets there. Depends what's up the back, I suppose. And that looks like it's a Raumati bowl at the back here. That's one of McDonald's bowls there. And Audrey's just, well, not sure about that one from her.
Yeah, the one thing Audrey doesn't want to do, though, is put another one alongside those to encourage bigger weight. So there's no hurry to draw a third one. I don't mind that at all, John.
Mm-hmm. So here's Grimshaw. Changes to the forehand this time.
Yeah, back to drawing here. If she's got the weight, she's close here. Oh, just a little bit under.
Just not going to get there, is it? Or is it?
No.
Not a mile away,
just
but
a little bit short.
Yeah. No damage, of course, and it gives them a 2. Raumati leading by 3-1, going into the 4th end.
Yeah, John, I'll see if we can get the results of those men's quarterfinals as well, so we know who's into the semis.
Yep. So those games started at about the same time as this, so we'll let them get into about 5 or 6 ends or so. It just takes a bit of collating, but you can see some activity on the other side of this particular rink, the TV rink. So now the first bowl of this 4th end with Raumati of the Kapiti Coast Centre leading by 3-1, women's quarterfinals in the Somerset Champion of Champion Triples. Scott played a couple of really good lead bowls going down the other way in that last end. Played a good one here too.
Yeah, look, she started good. These last 2 or 3 ends starting to get into it really good. And I must say, John, I was very impressed with the way she played the other day.
It's ended up in pretty good position from McDonald. Just struggling over the early 3 or 4 ends, but she'll be rather nervous about this. It's a nervous thing playing on TV for the first time, isn't it? and we often say it shouldn't enter your calculations, but it's hard not to.
And I think like it's her 2nd or 3rd year of bowls, so it is going to be a bit nerve-wracking.
Yep.
So Rochelle played 2 bombs the last end. Trying hard again here too, John.
Yeah.
Left the chalk on, I think.
Gee, yeah. Sometimes they're the best bowls. Well, she started off exceptionally well.
Close to the jack.
Oh, yes. Nice little feather off that. If they didn't have the shot before that, they certainly have now.
Yeah, the good news here, there's been a lot of bowls in the playing zone, so it means they're all playing with good lines.
Yeah. So there might be a couple there to Kiotoa at the moment.
Coral trying to add a 3rd here.
Pretty good line if it waits. Okay, it's going to sit on that red bowl, which belongs to the Raumati combination. So it was a save by the Raumati skip, Audrey Stevenson, on the first end to give them a single. Same for Natasha Grimshaw in the second. So it was 1-1 after 2. And then there was that couple set up by the number 2 for Raumati, Rochelle Stevenson, to give them a couple there. 3-1 after 3. Kiotoa holding a couple of shots at the moment.
Yeah, and Audrey will just look to draw under the short bowl of their own on this backhand. So
It's a
good
good
track,
line
just
too.
down to speed.
Yeah,
Just down to speed now. Oh, I think Audrey's close if she's got the weight.
What a line. So just she's cut down one.
Yeah, it's a mighty effort, John.
She won't be worried if she moves that jack back, will she? There's a good 2 or 3 there waiting for it. No.
Yeah, she just didn't quite have the weight. I don't think she actually got that bowl away that well.
So how do you add 50 centimetres of weight?
Just about like this, John.
Yeah, that's right. Well, same line. Oh, very good. Not a bad position there either if the jack does move.
Yeah, it gives her some cover in case Natasha trails the jack 6 inches here. That's probably what her goal is. Draw a shot, touch jack for 4. Better lined for it. Just needs to drop under that front bowl of her own.
No, there was a potential there for some big points for Kia Toa, but they settle for 1, and they'll be happy with that. 3-2 after 4 ends of this quarterfinals match between Kia Toa, Hawke's Bay and Raumati of the Kapiti Coast, the Somerset champion of champion women's triples. 2 matches have already been completed this morning. As I mentioned, both these teams have been on the rinks. Raumati beat Hinawera and Kia Toa beat Bridge Park. First bowl from Scott. Has quickly found her weight and pretty much her line as well. That's encouraging for her skip. No sound of a bounce on this surface here from this first one from McDonald. Fifth end.
Yeah, pretty handy.
Yep.
This is heading the right way as well, John. Very good bowls here.
Yeah, almost an identical weight. Just that slight green correction. She did it well. So Michelle McDonald here, she took up bowls when she found that her husband was enjoying it so much. She was playing golf at the time as her recreation sport, and she went down and had a few roll-ups with him, and then found that she was actually beating him. I think he almost tried to dissuade her from taking up bowls. But anyway, so they good practice partners as well. So.
Yeah, that creates a few chats when we get home, doesn't it? When we've been beaten up by our partners.
Yeah.
It's a little bit wide with that one, I think, Coral.
Nothing short though, really. So that's they're starting to get into the groove, and we often see it's 3 or 4 ends before everyone gets into it. Although we've seen in this particular case with the skips getting straight into it, and after a couple of ends, Rochelle, the number 2 for Raumati, playing with great precision.
Oh, needs to miss that bowl.
You are rounded if you need to be.
Nice bowl coming in here.
Well, she said just a metre, not quite a metre, but pretty much close. So good weight judgment and correction there from Rochelle Stevenson. So the men's matches started a bit later than the women's, so we're showing you progress on the quarterfinals. Thames Coast leading 12-1 over Picton. Palmerston North, it's tied against Kiatoa from South Canterbury. And the other is 5-zip, Queenstown leading Northeast Valley. So we'll give you some progress throughout this particular match that we're showing here, and also update you on the men's when they've got through a few games. You can see there only the first end played, so we'll update those a bit later.
So Audrey probably looking to cover here with this bowl, I think.
Just those black ones, you think, just up to there? Yeah.
Yep, somewhere splitting those three bowls in case Natasha gets a rub and travels the jack out there. Natasha was running down at those two bowls with the first one. She's trying to play similar shot again, but I think she's just a bit wide again.
Might get a break off that, Don. Oh, not quite. So it looks like 2 to Raumati at the moment.
Yeah, and Audrey has a safe draw, so big chance to add a bonus.
Just not going to have the weight this time. 2 it is. So the scoring on alternate ends. Raumati are 2 there. They moved to 5. 5-2 in front. They scored on the first, third, and fifth. Kiatoa on the second and fourth ends. Thanks very much for your feedback, everyone, on this coverage that we're providing. We know you want to see instant results after every end of every other match that's being played, but it's nigh on impossible to do that. So we will give you updates on the other games at a regular basis.
Nice track here. Beautiful weight.
Yeah, so the last couple of ends, Michelle McDonald has got into swing. I think maybe the initial shock of being on the TV screen and playing in a national quarterfinal. Gee, having already played that game, and it was a cliffhanger too against Deb White's Hinawera combination.
It's got to be close here if the weight's the same.
Yeah, gentle applause on the thigh from Audrey Stevenson, who began playing way back in the 80s, 1980s, so she's been on the scene for a while. She played at the now disestablished Raumati South Bowling Club, and then moved on to Paraparamu Beach Bowling Club, and in the last couple of seasons she's moved over to Raumati club. Sometimes players just need a change, don't they, too, if they're getting into a bit of a rut. And you see that around the province. I mean, if you asked most of these players that have been playing here, they've probably all played for other clubs or have switched clubs recently. There are some who just stay with the same club forever, and that's absolutely great. But some just like and of course, things happen within clubs, don't they? And you say, I'm sick of this, I'm getting out of it. Yeah.
I think most things, though, people just want to play with some of their friends as well. So that's an important thing, to be able to just swap clubs and play with mates is really cool. Because that's how it works in bowls. We play bowls, we run into people, and we don't know them because they play at a different club, but then we get on really good with them, and then we end up joining their club and playing together.
Yeah, yeah.
So pretty loose end this end.
Well, this is the end. Going in this direction is where Kia Toa have scored, and it was down really to their lead, Henrietta Scott, getting bowls really close. Yeah, so a bit scratchy, all right, this time. 5-2 the score. That's 15 end matches, women's quarterfinals.
And it could actually be 3 shots here to Raumati, John.
Yeah, that wing bowl might be the shot, is it, do you think?
Either that or the last bowl that just got knocked in, probably.
Yes, yeah. A strategically placed bowl by Raumati number 2. What I know the members who at Raumati who didn't know and never played against or with Audrey Stevenson just have been staggered at the way she thinks about the game, and that's the experience coming through, isn't it? Strategic.
Yeah, look, she's played for a long time and at a reasonably good level for a long time, so she knows how to play.
Just wanting for a bit of weight there, Natasha Grimshaw.
Yeah, I think Natasha will be a bit disappointed with that one.
Ooh, just wanting that to come in a little bit more than that. Great weight, never far shy of a weight. Well, Grimshaw on the mat and then just being distracted.
Yeah, she just needs that 1 yard here and she'll draw the shot. Same line. And looks similar line.
And she's up the weight a little bit. Is it enough?
Oh, not quite, I don't think, John.
I think it's still that knocked up red one. Yeah, 1. Maybe a tape or 2. So that wing ball was second shot. And Rochelle Stevenson goes to the shirt pocket.
So a small break coming up
last
here.
one was the best. Yeah.
Yeah, so a bit of a break coming in the game. Yeah, not quite in.
2. So for the first time in the match on the even ends, Raumati score. They move now to 7-2 ahead of Kia Toa from Hawke's Bay. This is a Somerset champion of champion triples. Women's quarterfinals.
So interesting, John, here in the Manawatu area, when we run our centre events, we can actually play with anyone from any club, which doesn't happen in other centres. So I know in Wellington you've got to be from the same club, but here in the Manawatu we allow anybody to play with anybody or any centre.
Oh, really?
It's only in open events, clearly not for championships.
Yeah. No. A couple of good lead bowls here now. There's Scott just going over, but McDonald in a handy position.
I think what we'll find here, John, if Natasha's team can get a scoring end, we'll be looking at probably T to T.
Yep. Just change it up a bit.
Yeah, well, you can't keep going along where you're just dropping the ends at the same length, so we have to change something, and most teams go for 2 to 2. Or the other option, of course, is to play with the mat right up and the jack on the tee and play a really short end. So either way, the Hawke's Bay side, if they can score, they will look to change the lengths.
So Audrey says probably down to that one. So Scott with her that bowl, which is a bit short, but may well have come in for shot. But nice position from which Rochelle Stevenson can capitalise on those first two bowls from Michelle McDonald.
No. Nice.
Yeah.
Rochelle's played this hand that she's on at the moment really, really good in this direction. I think she's had just about 6 from 6 within about 2 feet. Close here for a result.
Yeah. Get to push it up for shot. Yes, she does. These two, the Stevensons, have got a unique sort of communication system. You know, they play together so often, and you'll often hear Rochelle Stevenson just go up and she'll only say 3 or 4 words, and without even being asked a question, she knows exactly what Audrey wants, the question that's in her mind.
Yeah, that's the advantages of playing together quite a bit too. So it's good if you're playing with the same people all the time. It does make that communication a lot easier.
Oh, here's didn't quite hit it hard enough. Here we got some men's progress coming through now, and they have the first semi-final, Browns Bay over Cobden by 3 to 2, and it's Mount Maunganui against Gore by 2 to 1. So they did start a bit later than the women, but that's your first progress on those games. We'll be showing later the men's final and then the women's final.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think next door, Gore have just dropped to 6 and they're now 8-1 down.
Yeah, I saw the big 8 up there, and I thought, well, it's not the end, so... Yes, Audrey Stevenson again.
It does look like Gore just dropped to 6.
We might just spot that a bit later, but if so, that's a remarkable turnaround in that game. We saw the Mount Maunganui Megalodons yesterday with their skip
a bit wide.
playing really well. Yeah, we see where all those bowls are at the moment. Apart from that one, they're getting their green pretty well. There've been a few scattered ones. Natasha has a smirk on her face, and it's one of those. Oh, I knew that wasn't going there right from the start. Gosh.
So I think Audrey missed a chance here to play with weight onto the front bowl, which on the angle of the two front bowls together might get onto the jack for 4 or 5.
Yes.
So I think Audrey's missed a trick there. Didn't need a lot of weight to get onto that front bowl to turn it over a couple of times.
It was just sitting there looking to be hit, wasn't it? With a slight, only needed to knock it over, turn it over.
Yeah, 2 rolls would have just shunted the jack back about a foot for 5 or 6.
Yeah, yeah. Well, her own bowl got on the road. And
unless Audrey was holding shot.
Yes, yeah.
So maybe Audrey was 1 up and that's why she didn't play it.
One up. No, she wasn't holding a shot. Didn't look like it from our angle, did it? But
and now I think we'll see the change of mat. No, but we'll see the change of mat now, or the change of lengths.
Yep.
So all the bowls
looks like it's going right back. Yep.
And I think we'll see the jack either really short here or right down by the tee. It looks like down by the tee, since Natasha's standing on the tee. And a really good jack throw as well. So the change had to happen on the lengths. And I can confirm that Gore dropped a 6, by the way.
Yes. Wow. That's the Bagri-Howley combination. Scott immediately onto a reasonably good length. So the first almost tee to tee end we've had so far, and this is a good line and a pretty good weight too, I think, from McDonald.
Oh, this is really good.
She loves that. Yeah, just swallows it.
Just what the doctor ordered when the opposition changed the length for your lead to get straight onto the jack.
If it stays on, that'll be handy, and it does. That's a really good weight correction there from McDonald. They've been playing those shorter ends. She immediately onto that advanced length.
And nice line again here, I think. It's just out of speed again. This might be in the ditch, I think, John.
Looks like it, yeah. See Grimshaw scoop it out. But that's the intention, obviously, is to play that hand, dislodge the shot if you can, or move the jack back and But you really want those bowls to stay there, don't you, so that they might come into the play later.
Yeah, I think the real goal is you're drawing 2 feet past the jack. So if you miss, you get second shot, and you're not 2 or 3 down, which is one of the key things, is not to drop any numbers.
Yeah. Oh, and Rochelle will be really annoyed at that. She wanted that about that distance past would have been good. Here we go now with Lukey's. Just a weight change required.
Chance here from Coral. Yeah, this is really close, John. There's a bomb.
Yeah, really good.
And even if she hadn't got shot there, if she had missed that bowl, she would have only been 1 down, which is what I was just talking about. Getting a good second in so the skip can play nice and confidently.
Stevenson had perfect weight, perfect line with her previous one. You could see it right down that centre line. Just might have added a bit too much weight here. Needs to stay on. But
it's in the ditch, unfortunately. I wouldn't be surprised if Natasha swaps over and plays the forehand now and tries to sit the second shot bowl. Yeah, that's what she's looking at, playing the ditch side and just drawing down to the second shot and landing on it for 2. Looks safe enough. Even if you get contact on the front blue, you shouldn't damage it.
Remember, you said that.
Yeah, no, look, you've got to play them confidently, John, and that bowl's probably got to go maybe 3 feet to sell out. So you can't have fear when we're playing. Just play with confidence.
And playing the other hand, the risk was that she might just touch the jack back to the opposition bowl. And she's played it pretty well. She's played it really well.
Just a fraction quick. Just a fraction quick, eh? But it was a good line to what she was trying to do. So if she drops a yard of weight now, I wouldn't be surprised if she lands that bowl for 2.
Playing the other hand, Stevenson, Audrey, this is.
Yeah, Audrey would be looking for a trail, I would have thought. Might get a rub. It's perfect weight for the trail. So down to speed again here. This is a nice line again from Natasha. Just not quite the weight.
So Stevenson looking, she's got options. She just needs to be in that zone to sit on the shot, but really looking to just nudge the jack back.
Yeah, looks a chance, John.
Yeah, looks a great chance
now.
That's... gosh, how unlucky. 2 really good bowls right in the zone, and the opposition were holding their breaths. 7-4 after 8 ends of this 15-end quarterfinal match in the Somerset Champion of Champion triples.
And I think we'll be still T to T as well. Not quite, but it's certainly 3/4 long. And we've got a swap of hands, John.
Yes.
So Henrietta's gone over to the ditch hand and played it really good too. Brilliant. That's where the skip would be saying, why didn't you do that on the beginning of the game, play that hand?
It takes a bit of nerve, doesn't it? You can playing 2 bowls and you think, oh, should I change my hand? I've only got 2 bowls. But she's done it well.
Sometimes to change your hand, you can get in, if the other leader's going really good, it's sometimes a good idea
Yeah.
to change hands because you might just get in their way. Played a bomb. Will she let her carry on down there? No, she's going to get it back to the hand she had been playing. So Henrietta will go back to the backhand for the left-hander. It's a good track if she's got the weight.
Yeah. Perfect track. Look at that. Right on the white line. McDonald took 2 or 3 ends to really get to grips with this rink with her green. Now she's played it well. Oh, really good.
Yeah, that's a good effort. Nice second shot, and Rochelle's played this other hand quite well, so there'd be nothing to fear here for Ramadi. Good track, just needs to get here. Yep. So nice chances here for Rochelle. Just needs to make sure she's a couple of feet up and 2 bowls in the jack to land on.
Pretty good track. Audrey goes in to like it. Oh, hard luck.
Yeah, nice home though, John. It's a couple of feet
Yep.
past the jack, so the weight was perfect for what Audrey was wanting.
Gosh, it's a fine correction required, isn't it? She just went round the outside of the white ball with her first one, so it's hardly an alteration, is it? Just to come inside this time.
Yeah, no, we normally just say try and play the same bowl, which that's normally how we correct it. So you could try to correct it. Once again,
Yeah.
a quarter of a bowl off the inside of that and you get shot. So two good efforts from Rochelle.
And when you look at that, if Audrey was playing first, she'd be just going to sit on those the 2 shot bowls. They're probably 2 down at the moment, Raumati. What does Grimshaw play?
It's got to play it first. Got to be in there first. Even if Natasha trails the jack away, she'll at least hold 1 good one and nothing for Audrey to get into play with. So very important that Natasha plays up into this a little. And she's given Audrey a chance. Like you sit the 2 bowls through, you could have 4 or 5 here. Might still be wide.
Looks it, doesn't it?
Oh.
Gosh. That was a planned bowl.
I think it's still 2 to Hawke's Bay, but Natasha's really got to get in there here. She does need to move the jack a fraction or sit just in front of the jack to take away Audrey's shot on to get the 2 bowls out or trail jack herself. So really important that Natasha plays this down the right playing area. And as long as she's up on this track, yeah, if she's up, this is a good bowl. Just needs to be up. Oh, that's not bad. It's a little bit helpful.
Yes, it's promotable, and but no mention of that from the number 2 for Raumati. It's just, this is a shot you play.
It sounded like some weight
Out.
onto their bowl.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit wide, I think.
Yeah.
So
So
the
a
game
couple there.
closes up.
Yeah. Good tight end, though. We've got past the halfway stage. We've played 9 of this 15-end quarterfinal match. And Kia Toa have scored on the last 3 ends.
And we'll see long end again, John. Yep, that's right down by the tee, so yard and a half out from the tee probably. And a double swap, so she's gone to the ditch hand both directions, Henrietta.
You know what, Andy? Third shot's good.
We'll bring you an update on the other women's scores during this end. So 7-6, it's tightened up. It was 7-2 to Raumati after 6 ends. The ends have been really tightened up in this game.
Yeah, the last end had about 8 or 9 bowls, all within about a foot and a half, so really good. Funnily enough, John, coming this direction on all the games we've televised have been the heads were a little bit more looser, like they haven't got the bowls as close, but mainly only this direction. There's a good one there from Henrietta.
Second bowl from McDonald on this, the 10th end. Just looking to reach that shot and the jack. Yeah.
Has some weight on board. Oh. Natasha broke that, I think, yesterday, her sprayer.
Yes. How many times have you heard that? You've got to get here first. So still that's 3 shots there for Kia Toa.
Yeah, it's a handy bowl. It's semi in the way as well, so all bowls that are counting, you can never criticise them, to be fair. If Rochelle's around the front one, she's very close here. And played it, I think. What a monster that
great
is.
Bowl. Yes.
That was outstanding.
Come on, Natasha, move out of the road.
Finishing on that side. Yeah, finishing on that side.
Yep. I don't mind if it's on that side or the other side. Just something metre and a bit over would be good. Thanks, Rochelle.
You're just looking for the third shot, really. So we've got one, and then we've got third.
Yep.
Might be a little bit wide. If it's past the jack, it's helpful, though, John.
Yeah. Well, as the skips wander down to the mat, we can give you an update on the other matches being played in the women's quarterfinals. So Thames Coast are well advanced now, 16-3 after 9 ends. 12-5 Kia Toa over Palmerston North. That was pretty much level last time we looked. 8-3 Queenstown over Northeast Valley.
Close to the front bowl. Anything happens.
Oh, yeah. Gosh, you know, and Audrey was saying, no, that's why I wanted one up here. To Rochelle, yep. One down to that.
It looks like play the ditch hand here, John. A lot of room on the ditch side to draw a shot here for Audrey. I'd be thinking that Audrey will get one in here. Yeah, it's just down to the weight. Yeah, it's just down to the weight now, John, and she's played it pretty good. That's a nice ball.
I really just think how far over it is, not so much if it's jack high. No, like how far over from the kitty if it's jack high.
She might go it, will she?
Not with 1 second, I don't think. I think she's just got to try and draw a shot here. Draw a shot and try and get the mat and keep the mat, because they have been winning these longer ends. They're just virtually the same as Audrey just played, and land on the shot bowl for one. And that's a good track. So it's just down to speed now for Natasha. She's close. Natasha has played a bomb, I think. How good is this?
Pretty good.
That is outstanding bowls from the two players. Looks like maybe one to Audrey still, though. But there's still good bowl regardless of the outcome.
Close, but I favour us, says Rochelle. Last bowl of
this overtry.
10th end.
Yeah, don't overtry, I think that meant. Oh, it was two outstanding bowls there, John, from the two skippers.
Right, now it gets down to the measure. Yeah, they're going to calling the umpire, I think. You get to this situation too, where when they're close, you're just a bit worried about moving the jack or upsetting it at all. So the umpires are there. Oh no, they're going to do it themselves. They're not. No, just kicking the other bowls out, and then you walk away. Don't crowd the umpire. Just tell her what's required. So here is the way these players got through to their semi-final. So Fisher and his crew from Browns Bay beat the St Kilda combination. And the Kelleher trio from Cobden on the west coast beating Putaruru. We saw Nick Thompson and his team in action yesterday. They've gone on to beat Stoke, and Bagri Howley beat the combination from Kahutia. So some close games there, a couple of 13-12s. That is the orange one. So delightful bowls from the two skips yet again in this game, this feature match, the quarterfinal of the women's triples. And here's the men's update. And yes, we saw a big change around in that Mount Maunganui Gore match where Gore dropped a 6 at one stage. They're now down by 10-5. And the other game, Browns Bay, that's Fisher leading Cobden by 5-3.
Yeah, thanks for that, John. So back to these shorter ends now, and I can tell you it's 5 ends apiece in this game, so very, very tight game.
Staying on the ditch hand now, as she's made a permanent change, it would seem, Henrietta Scott.
And for the second time, she's really good. So that's 2 from 2 she's played on that hand that have been within less than a foot.
Yeah.
Oh, nice bowl here. Oh, really good shot. Oh, another good reply as well here.
Yeah.
So Rochelle will just be looking to get past the jack here, in case we get some jack movement. So this is really good. Couple of feet past. Maybe a yard, but still in the playing area.
Absolutely, any sort of weight here. And it looks like she's just been asked to punch into those. And she's going to, looking for the shot or promote her own bowl.
Oh, just made it a little harder to get that bowl out too of that.
So it's going to be a tight line here because Audrey Stevenson has asked Rochelle to just finish to the left of the jack as we look at it. Oh, not quite, but that's not all that bad there. But in your mind is the fact that you know you only need to touch one of those black bowls up. You've got to touch it up really hard, a bit harder than that probably, because the shot bowler is sitting right on the jack. What does she do this time?
Close, I think. This is close, just past. Oh, it's a good effort. Probably just a fraction too quick, I think, John. Otherwise, that would have turned onto the front black bowl.
So I don't think Audrey will be short with her first.
Yeah, she could actually play this either hand. If she was to play the ditch side and run into the front black, it doesn't hurt her. And if she was to just get round it, she would cover quite nicely. So I actually quite like the ditch hand here for Audrey, but I don't think she's going to play the ditch hand. She's going to play the forehand and try and just get past that front black. It does look like a tough shot.
Pretty good line though. She's up. Oh, right. Natasha,
see
you've got
weight
two
now.
back bowls. What are you doing? Yes. Yeah.
She's running at her own black bowl. And onto the black one. No, just wide of it. The good news for Audrey, she's made it so she probably can't knock that black one in now, so she can actually be really confident drawing on this forehand that she's on.
It's interesting with Natasha. She was distracted and talking, and she just stayed on the mat, didn't she? No reset or anything. Just into it.
Yeah, I still think we'll see big weight here again from Natasha for the black bowl. Just missing,
Red.
I think.
Ooh. So a single, the lead bowl, Michelle McDonald's bowl, stayed there right throughout that. Several attack attempts, but it remained unscathed, and so it is Raumati picking up the mat and moving to a 9-6 lead. 4 ends remaining in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is now looking like a critical end. Natasha's team probably can't afford to drop this end as well.
Well, the most that's been dropped is a 2, isn't it? So,
yeah,
nothing major.
No, it's been a good tight game of bowls. So I think Natasha will look to get the shot here, and then they'll go back to these long ends, I think.
And as I mentioned, we'll continue to update the other matches which are on, including the 3 other women's quarterfinals, as McDonald puts one right on the jack, a good opener for her. And
she's
the men's semi-finals.
Yeah, Michelle's really stepped it up.
I think, knowing her, I could sense she was very tense early on, really nervous about this. And she'll be happy with what she's bringing to the game in the later stages. That's a good opener too from Henrietta Scott.
Yeah, the last couple of ends, the leaders have really been piling on the bowls in the area.
Oh, just needed a bit more. So Scott now, will she stay on that hand? You'd think she would. She's been playing it pretty well. That last bowl shouldn't affect her. It's just a bowl, as you say, Mark.
Yeah, we just ignore them normally, and she's close to missing it. Or wicking off it even, could be useful, and does get the wick off it. So another good setup here for Natasha. So she'll have to try and convert this one.
Just listening to Audrey Stevenson say, we are holding. It's when the skip says we were holding as your ball whistles down. Around that ball.
We'll see a backhanded shot now, John. Yeah, she's asking to rip it out.
And she's played some good weighted shots too, Coral Lukey's. Backhand, not going to be short. Oh, it might be a bit tight.
Yeah, if it actually stays on the island, it's going to get a rub and stay on the island, so it's actually in play. So it's actually worked out quite good for Coral there.
Putting some faith in you too, that you're not going to be narrow, but even hitting that black square wouldn't, short one wouldn't hurt, I don't think. She's in the zone, and that's a good bowl there.
Yep, looks like we're still attacking.
She missed on the narrow side last time.
Looks a bit better, I think, here. Oh no, it's under again. So, yeah, the pressure's mounting on the Hawke's Bay team here. 3 behind, 1 down on the head.
We'll see if Audrey Stevenson plays that same shot that she'd asked her number 2 playing on down on the forehand side. Walks up to the bank, picks up the orange bowl, the red stickers on it.
Yeah, she'll just be trying to land the second shot, John, and take away all Natasha's play, really, if she lands on the second shot bowl. It's got good green, so can't get in too much trouble if you're heading down the right areas. Just not quite up. Big weight from Natasha, looking for the edge of the bowl.
Yeah,
might get a
Audrey
rub
might
off this last bowl. Oh.
I was going to say Audrey might be just rue the fact that she put that one out there.
3 seconds now. I think it's just got to try and get in there now with this one. Doesn't want to give Natasha another crack at that bowl for 3.
Natasha just constantly looks down. She's looking at the spot. She knows exactly where she needs to be. Not a bad line if she's going to sit that second shot here. Is she?
Fair effort.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, looks like 3 seconds. Doesn't want the jack to go in the ditch, though, because does not have any back ones. So if the jack goes in the ditch, it will be 2 or 3 to Ramedi. So it's the bowl only. Big weight.
There she goes.
And she's close.
Running.
And the edge, I think. Oh.
Oh, killed it.
Thought she was getting the edge of that bowl.
Yeah. That was a fair effort, that one.
But I think more importantly, a good result because didn't want to drop another single. So even though I wanted the bowl clean, dropping none is good.
Here it goes. Just the faintest of edges.
I did think she was getting the bowl there. It was a great shot there.
So we'll be updating other scores shortly for you as the players take the bowls back down to the end from which that one began. It remains at 9-6, replaying the 12th end. Here we go. Men's semi-finals. Browns Bay still up after 6 ends, 5-3. And 10-5 Mount Maunganui over Gore. So no progress really since we last showed you them. They're taking their time at semi-finals. You don't want to rush it.
Yeah, I think he's just updated the scores there now, John. So Mount Maunganui
13-5.
13-5.
13-5 and 7-4. This is the quarterfinals there. So Thames Coast continuing to dominate their match. Kia Toa well advanced against Palmerston North too. 2 big margins there after 11 ends. And Queenstown 11-3 over Northeast Valley.
Oh, great start again from Michelle.
Really good.
Yeah, the last 3 or 4 ends, she's had one really good one in there. Yeah, Henrietta's just a little bit past, but pretty handy bowl here too. Very good. The reason why we say they're very good, John, is because they're what we call in the V from the jack. If you could imagine a V from the jack going backwards, we call that the area of play, and all bowls in that area are potential scorers. Oh, that's great stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, really good. One on, one over. And you hear Audrey Stevenson say, great bowls, Michelle.
A little bit narrower here, but might have some weight on board. A nice bowl here from Rochelle. That's really good stuff.
Wow, yeah.
Oh, this is close to the jack, I think, John. This has got the
Pretty
jack.
good shot. That's a really good shot.
That's a brilliant bowl. 3 down to maybe 1 and a measure up. Outstanding bowl there from Coral. So if Rochelle can add a yard onto her last bowl, she'll go close to drawing the shot here.
Oh, great line. That was a really good shot from Lukey's. She'd had a couple of runs in that previous end and had gone narrow both times. She wasn't running at this, of course, but sometimes that just affects your confidence.
Yeah, it was an outstanding jack trail. I mean, the jack's only gone just over a yard, so it was, really good weight for the shot. Yeah, so Audrey will just be playing the backhand here, just trying to beat Rochelle's last bowl, and then she'll get second shot or shot. Doesn't look bad, John.
Centre titles. That looks pretty good. She might even get the jack here. It's coming. Not far off it.
Just a little quick, I think, for the shot. Yeah, I think I saw the other day. Sorry, John. I think I saw the other day she got a 61st title. I think it was.
Yes. Yep.
That's pretty outstanding. Well, the
So
task
is this
is good
bowl.
to count. Yeah, this will count, but might actually open up the head. It's what we call a good bad one, and I think we even heard Natasha go, "Uh-oh." Just kicking herself in the background there. Audrey trying to hit one of the shot or the second shot. Doesn't want the gap. I think he's got the bowl or the jack here.
Oh, my word.
The worst result Audrey could have got.
I thought she had that jack clean, and it would have been 2.
Yeah,
So
now
a chance.
Hawke's Bay could hit the front here, John. Natasha's close. This could be a 4,
that'll
John.
be it. Certainly 3. 1, no, they're kicking them back, so they're saying that's a 4. And so, at the narrowest of misses by Audrey Stevenson, which was a great shot to give them a 2, trail the jack, or sit on one of those shots, and it worked against them. And so Kia Toa go into the front now by 10-9.
And that is the first time they've been in front in this game.
And it's the first 4. Well, we've only had 2s up until then. That was the most that have been scored on one end. Gosh, games can change quickly. We're playing the 13th end now.
Yeah, look, you can't blame Audrey there for reaching it out. There was 2 bowls to land on and the jack. So she's very unlucky just to have clipped the shot bowl and then slid through the gap and remained the 4 down. Or 3 down before, Natasha drew a 4th.
So Raumati scored on the 10th and 11th ends, and now on the 12th end it's Kia Toa, so the 13th end they have the mat.
And like I suggested, we'll be back to these longer type ends. This is not full 2-2, but it's only a couple of metres off 2-2. Oh, that's nice. Henrietta's played a good one there, John.
Yep, she's enjoyed playing that ditch hand the last 4 or 5 ends. McDonald with a good line with the first. Makes a great correction. Just second shot she's got there.
Yeah, it's something to build on for Rochelle, who'll be following her in a second. Coral's on a good track here too, coming in quite nice for a couple, I think. Yeah, nice shot.
Like so if I can play keys. Yeah.
Looks like it seems Rochelle sort of favours that forehand, doesn't she?
Oh, she's played it quite well during most of the game, John, too. So
yes,
if we've played the hand well,
yeah.
normally you try and stick to the hand you're going good on.
Plenty of room there, and her own to promote if need be.
It's a little bit narrow here.
Natasha.
Waving that bowl away. Definitely didn't want it to hit one of the red disc bowls in there for sure.
No.
I think this is better green from Rochelle. Down to speed now, John.
Yeah.
Oh, just a little quick now. Just overcorrected. So at least 2 here to Hawke's Bay, and if they can convert some of these, they'll pick up a handy lead with a couple of ends to go. And I would expect Natasha Grimshaw to draw another one too, John.
She can draw them into those 2 that she's holding already.
Close. Nice here from Natasha. Oh, that's a great shot.
Yes, that's 3, maybe 4, certainly 3.
Yeah, I'm surprised Audrey's not following that down with 3 bowls to land on.
Yeah, that's why I commented on Rochelle's last one. I thought that was a shot for her to play as well. But if you,
Yeah, there's 3 there to land.
yeah,
Although
and she'll just
if
draw
Audrey
it dead,
draws
and
the
she'll say,
shot,
"What do you know?" Yeah,
yeah, not quite, but
Oof.
good effort. I still prefer to play the backhand there where we can land on all 3 bowls. I just think the target zone's a little better than trying to dead draw on the forehand.
So we've had a couple of the women's games finished. We'll show you the results after this end. Oh, this is building up. This is a massive end here for Kia Toa from Hawke's Bay.
Yeah, back-to-back 4s could be on, or it could even be 5 down. Might see weight from Audrey. She's now going to the backhand. Just needs to negate the last bowl.
Here she goes. Might
Needs to get
get
the
rid of
inside of
one.
this.
Oh, she saved it too. She saved 2 shots there, I think, with that last bowl of hers.
Yeah, I don't think she could afford to drop another 4 or something there, John. So in some aspects, she has recovered.
So here we go, quarterfinals. Final score there, 18-4, Thames Coast over Picton. And a final score, Queenstown 18-3 against North East Valley. And sizable advantage for South Canterbury's Kia Toa over Palmerston North. This game here is the tightest of the lot at 12-9.
So just the 2 ends to go. Oh, nice start here from Henrietta. Just 1.5 odd past the jack.
If ever Audrey Stevenson wanted the front end to do the job, it's now.
I'll snick it round and draw around it for 1.
Yep.
That's ended up in a good home as well, John. So it doesn't matter whether it's 1 up or 1 down.
Has to make a slight change to the green because the jack's moved, and she's done that pretty well. Slide off that gives her another shot. That's probably 2 there. For the first time, I'd like you to change hands. She'll be fine with that.
Yeah, if you've watched other bowls come down, you'd actually have a fair idea where you'd be aiming as well. So, and she doesn't look too badly lined, to be honest. This is a good bowl regardless. That'll be the shot.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Just what the Ramadi side needed was to get shot and now try and build on it.
Frustration of a skip, isn't it? Oh, just got to be up. You've got to be up.
So Rochelle will be looking to add to this, or just touch the jack around the corner for 3.
It's a pretty good line. Might be just going a bit, is it?
I think it's going to be a good home. Ain't going to count.
Oh, really good. Oh, no, that was going a bit. Oh, without doubt, that was heavy. Hey. Lukey's now looking to make a big correction here. That's her short bowl way to the left. She's in the zone, is she? We'll be able to...
Needs to hold. Needs to hold. There is a gap.
Oh, Ben's got it.
This head's building up really good for Ramati. Touch the jack for 4 now. No danger reaching this. So Rochelle's got a free bowl at drawing this. It looks very good.
Yeah, similar to the last.
Oh, this is really good. Yeah, that's 3 at least. And now Natasha Grimshaw's got to make a decision. Are we going to try and draw to reduce, or are we going to play with some weight and try and land a bowl?
She does have that back bowl, that one of Lukey's right on the ditch.
The only problem with attacking, there are a lot of gaps, John, and as we've seen before, when you play with weight, somehow we've managed to find those gaps. I think Natasha
a lot of edges there too.
Well, looks like big weight. It is big weight.
Yep.
Natasha going for the bear jack, I think. She didn't like it. It's got a result though. Got one out.
Yep.
Yeah, chance here for Audrey to just touch the jack behind those 2 shot bowls and then would hold 4 and would make the target zone a lot smaller for Natasha. So big opportunity here.
Audrey said one of her knees packed up when she'd played their singles when she finished with the bronze medal. It's taken me 2 weeks to recover, she said, so she'd be quite happy that Natasha's handing her a bowl. So a big bowl in this match. This is the 14th end, so penultimate end. Ramati holding 2. As Marcus said, a tickle of the jack round the corner would be good. She certainly doesn't want to be too shy or give a target, no.
I think Natasha will go those 2 bowls now. She'll drive the 2 bowls out for 1 and jack in the ditch for 2. So I won't be surprised if she drives. Yep, she's driving for the bowls and jack. Or she's close to ripping her own 2 bowls out. This is danger time. Oh, she's got a magic result.
Gosh. So,
and that one that I can see, is that Michelle's one? Thank you.
yeah, so, yeah, as you said earlier, there is a, I mean, it'll be a great bowl, but Stevenson here on the mat, holding 1, could turn the jack around the corner to where the, I think, her 2 lead bowls are. Looks fine, looks light, looks everything wrong. But one shot to the Ramati team.
Yeah,
and this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, that last bowl of Natasha's was really lucky that she didn't get her own 2 bowls out. So she's got a good spill off those 2 bowls, otherwise could have been 4 down.
Sometimes it helps.
So just be aware that after this we'll have highlights of this match, and then with the men's games and one women's game still going on. We'll continue to update the scores, even though there'll be no live action. Oh, here we go. The final scores are all through now from the women's. 19-4, 20-10, Kia Toa over Palmerston North, and 18-3, Queenstown over Northeast Valley. So semi-finalists, Thames Coast, Kia Toa South Canterbury, and whoever that last one was, can't remember, and the winner of this game. And the men's games are still on, so we'll update those scores for you throughout, so the screen will remain live and I'll update those scores for you. And then we'll be back with the men's final, and after that the women's final.
So the good news here is, the good news is Michelle's first bowl is actually in play. So if this is passed, it's okay. 2 bowls passed when you're chasing 2 is good. Nothing wrong with these 2, John.
No, not at all. This is the last end. Kia Toa, by virtue of that 4, followed by a 2 over ends 12 and 13, took the lead. Had a little bit of luck, as Mark mentioned, that Natasha Grimshaw had a run at the jack and the shot bowl, and her 2 black bowls were in such a perfect line that if she'd hit them square, the possibility was that she'd take both them out, but she didn't. She got a really good result for Kia Toa, just dropped a single. And they go into this last end with an advantage of 2.
So Rochelle here, chance to trail for 3. And this is close, isn't it?
Yep, it is.
For it.
It is.
Got it. Oh,
yep.
What a shot. A little bit quicker than she might have wanted, but the key point is the 2 black bowls now aren't in play. So Coral really needs to play a good one now.
And also the 2 lead bowls from Michelle McDonald over the head, and they're in play now.
Yeah, if Rochelle can draw a front wooder here, that would be outstanding and would set up a great finale in these last 3 or 4 bowls.
Natasha's having that lovely habit of just blocking the shot for us. Oh, she's not up though. We can just see out there. It's what you might call a loose 3.
Yeah, track I think is good, John. This is just a speed now. Is it up?
No, I don't think so, is it? Yes, it is. It is. It pops inside. Yeah, that's it. Wow.
Well, might only be second.
I think it is. Oh, it might be, but yeah, because that blue bowl is more towards the jack level.
I think regardless, Audrey just draws confidently like a foot past the jack. So if you run into the jack, you'll make 2 or 3. So draw shot, probably 1 foot past, and hope the jack gets in the way.
Audrey with that stiff arm, and she holds the bowl out directly in front of her, gets the line.
Down to speed because the track is good, John.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's like I just about called the jack trail. This is a great shot. Well done,
That
Audrey.
is very good. Yep. So from that angle, it looks like 1 shot only. So Natasha now. And she's played some great bowls that we've seen on TV on this coverage over the last few weeks. And she steps up to the mat now. 1 down on the head, but 2 up on the board. Might get caught up in that red ball. Not quite.
No,
Oh, she's played a bomb too. Yeah,
she's
slight
got the
edge on
rub.
that. Yeah.
The last one.
So Audrey's just got to play up, sit and stay on that bowl. So as long
Yep.
as Audrey's up, she'll come and have a look.
Yep.
So I think it's probably just a yard more weight than the last bowl, so that you can actually just land on that last bowl and sit there for 2 and maybe a measure.
And Grimshaw comes up as well and has a look. She might not have to play her last. She's hoping that's the case. Audrey Stevenson, vastly experienced, looks at that and knows exactly what's required, and that is to just sit on that shot bowl, and that'll give her 2 shots, and it'll force Grimshaw to play another.
And if we're trying to play that shot, John, if we're a little bit wide, we could grab hold of the jack and turn it round to where this blue disc bowl, or the blue bowl just behind for 2. So we can make 2 shots a couple of ways. It's all about being up here for Audrey. Right, track looks a little wide for my liking.
Yeah. And it is. And so it's just a 1 shot to Rameti. Not enough for them. They shake hands, these players, and in a tense match, which at one stage was all Rameti leading 9-6. They dropped that 4 and then a 2. It would drop them down to 12 points to 9. They picked up singles, got in very good positions to win this match, but some great bowls from Natasha Grimshaw, Coral Lukes and Henrietta Scott, and that has given the Hawke's Bay Kia Toa Club a position in the women's semi-finals, beating Rameti by 12-11. We'll have some replay highlights of this, and then we'll show you some scores, update scores from the men's matches.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
We've had 3 days of great competition here at the Somerset National Champion of Champion Triples competitions, and we're really at the pointy end. Out on the green are the women's semi-finalists, but what we're going to watch is the men's final. That'll be followed by the women's final. The men's final today, and it features Browns Bay and Gore. I'm John Macbeth, and joining me again is Mark Noble, and we see this wonderful blue surface here, which has produced some scintillating bowls, none more than when we watched the previous round of women's quarterfinals matches. So the final for the men. We just saw wandering through shot there, Neil Fisher and his team of John Walker and Colin Rogan from Browns Bay. And we saw them in action yesterday in a fascinating match. They're up against a team which you would think might play it slightly differently. Sheldon Bagri-Howley skipping Thomas Cockrell and Elliot Mason from Gore. And Mark Noble, we may as well start by talking about the comeback by Gore in that semi-final. They were well down when they dropped to 6.
Yeah, they dropped to 6, made them 8-1 down, and then I think later in the game they were 13-5 down, and the Rams won every end from there to run away with the game in the end.
So is that something that will give them a feeling that momentum is on their side, or have they exhausted their repertoire? I think not. There's a talented crew there, with Sheldon Bagri-Howley being the national singles champion current and in that Blackjacks team. But he's up against a fairly steady team in Colin Rogan. We've just seen him put one right next to the jack. John Walker standing to the left there, polishing his bowl and waiting. And down at the head we'll see Neil Fisher, probably in his white jersey or cardigan. So
yeah, I
first
think
few
we'll
bowls.
see all array of shots in this game, and we should see some fireworks here and there too.
So this team, very experienced. I think we mentioned yesterday, but between them, they've won dozens of, well, certainly club titles, but a lot of centre titles, and been involved in national finals. And they've played together for, must be well over 10 years now. Often, when you look back through the records, you see those names, Rogan, Walker and Fisher. Very, very talented group.
Yeah, and Neil will want to be go one better than last week where he lost the final of the pairs. So he'll just want to go that one step here and get a W.
And wasn't that a final? Pairs final against Northeast Valley.
Yeah, right down to the last bowl.
Yep. Well, no trouble finding their green on this first end. This is John Walker. So we're fortunate we've got the coloured stickers on, because we know that Browns Bay all play in with these white bowls, and we've seen Elliot Mason playing with white bowls too, but he's got the blue sticker on. Another set of white bowls coming up. Everyone's got white bowls.
Beautiful. Just as where we got the stickers on.
Yeah.
I think we've got a bit of weight here. Close if he's up. Oh, he's short. I'm pretty sure Sheldon wanted weight.
That was a great line by Cockrell.
Yeah,
Just
John will
for
be
a
looking to
little bit more weight.
change this up. John will want to change the head here and move his last bowl, or move the jack round the corner. Will not want to leave a target like this for Sheldon. He's close to moving that bowl.
Yeah. But he hasn't increased the target, has he?
Another half a bowl wide, and I think we'll see big weight here from Sheldon. I think he'll try and just sink this straight in the ditch.
Oh, it's a juicy looking target down there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big target zone.
Yeah. The non-white bowls being kicked up to the mat now.
Yeah, they look like the bowls Sheldon will be using for the World Championship, so that'll be why he's practicing with these. And big weight. He's needing luck at the moment. And got it. Like I said, it was a big target.
One down, Neil.
Yep.
Yeah.
Consistent draw player, Neil Fisher.
Yeah, he's very good on the draw. Don't be surprised if he gets the shot. He's a couple of feet short with that one. Maybe a yard. Neil's just having a look at what bowls Sheldon's using. So the New Zealand team for the World Champs have to use a red and a blue set, so Sheldon will be trialling out the red ones in this event.
I saw Bowls New Zealand posted photos of them, didn't they? The various bowls with their logos on, the big fern, and some people, I think you might have even commented about, oh, I don't see a certain brand there.
Yeah, that's two good bowls there from Sheldon. I think he's using XGs. I think that's what those ones are.
A bit more weight required from his last one by Neil Fisher, the skip from Browns Bay.
What a great start from Sheldon there. Big turnover of heads to get two shots.
So this is the first of the semi-finals. The other is on... Oh, sorry, no, it's not. The semi-finals of the women's are on at the moment, and we'll keep you up to date with those throughout. And you see there the results. That close one that we saw, Grimshaw of Kia Toa beating Stevenson of Raumati by 12-11. And then we saw the victory to Thames Coast, the Kia Toa South Canterbury combination, and Queenstown. So those are the semi-finalists, and we'll keep you updated with those throughout this men's finals match. Quite a good crowd at the Hopes Dunedin Stadium too. They really support their bowls in this Otago area. And one of the best newspapers around for coverage of bowls too, the Otago Daily Times, right from when I first started looking at bowls a year or two ago. They have provided, some of their reporters have provided some of the best coverage of bowls and other less recognised sports. You know, they don't just stick to the pretty much the traditional sports here. They give these sports like bowls a great coverage. So may that continue for a long time.
Yeah, it's marvellous getting coverage for bowls. And well done to those that are handing that information in to get it into the papers. The one thing I like about the stadium, John, is if you're sitting just behind in the windows when we get a look at that, you're above the green. So it's you're getting to look down on the players and the actual bowls around the jack. It's really quite a good viewing platform.
Yeah, it's one of the better ones around, no doubt. I mean, we've talked often about other centres wanting to get indoor stadium, and plenty of them around. That's a nice bowl too. That takes the shot away from Gore.
Yeah, finishing a good home this bowl.
Well, I think particularly from Browns Bay, they know that they will always be better off if they've got something over the head. But they've already seen what Bagri Howley can do, and they were well aware of that before the match started. So
Yeah, they'll know Sheldon will want to attack if he's got any, like even here he's got 2 seconds and a back one. He'll already be thinking about how he can get the bowl out.
Just loading them up round the back, if needed. But Fisher's just asked Walker to draw another.
Yeah, anything between the jack and the back 2 blues would be a good bowl. That's could be fair shot, so it could be a handy bowl. I suspect we'll see Sheldon play with a yard of weight onto the shot bowl, kicking the jack back for 2. That's what I'm expecting Sheldon to play here. And most likely on the backhand, John. Yep, attacking line.
Yeah.
He's close to playing it.
Oh, my word.
And he'll just be looking to play the same again, he will. So I think Fisher here, Neil has to get one past here. Yep. Any bowl that's probably between the second backist and the ditch will be a good shot here.
He can worry about drawing the shot with his last.
It's not quite up, I don't think. So big chance early again for Sheldon to play similar weight, pop in onto the shot bowl, kick the jack back to the 2 back blue disc bowls.
Well, if that's his view from the mat, he can't even see the jack.
A little less weight by the looks of this.
A bit more green.
He might knock this in for 2.
Well, now I suppose we can see Fisher change his hand, play that same line that Bagri Harley did, and sit on the Gore player's last bowl to push it up.
Yeah,
or
I think
just draw another.
Yeah, Neil can play either handed draw shot here. It's confident draw, no real danger. Our front bowl's not touching the jack. They're just nice and confident.
Not up. So Gore scored a 2 on the first, and it's a single there, I think, to the team from Browns Bay. Nice tight head, and it's what we'd like to see in these finals. With some action in the first, good draw play in the second. Rogan, what sort of length does he enjoy?
Yeah, Sheldon's just talking about the red and blue sets to Neil. Mike Kernahan sitting there in the background. Yeah, nice start. So the 2 leaders playing different hands early on.
and both playing them well, aren't they?
Oh, for sure. I mean, This is pretty good again.
Just taking a wider green this time, Colin Rogan. Again, superb weight, these 3 bowls so far, all just fractionally jack height. Neil Fisher off in dreamland looking around and see what's happening and not tiring himself out mentally, watching every bowl, totally aware of what's happening.
Yeah, I think like sometimes you shouldn't watch other people's bowls, especially if they're using different sorts to you. So, they're taking different a line at the jack, and so sometimes it just pays just to concentrate on your own stuff. Nice looking track if he's up, but not sure he's got the weight here.
Touch is great. Into there, it's good.
Well, that's familiar seeing the Gore Rams logo on any TV or live streaming coverage from way back in the days of the first Bowls 3-5, which was shown on television. The Gore Rams were very prominent. Some of those players have shifted away from that area and gone to other clubs as opportunities have presented themselves.
Good shot coming in here, John.
Beauty. So just reminding you, the red disc bowls belong to Browns Bay. That's the players with that yellowy, orangey part and white shirts. Someone will say, don't you know the perfect colour description for that? Oh, Baggery Howley's
Shot
keen
here.
on this.
Shot.
Oh, great shot. Gee.
What a bomb. 3 shots, I think. That was outstanding. And there's not a lot to see here if Neil's going to attack. So I do think it'll be forehand attack, trying to get onto one of his shorter red bowls onto the shot bowl and kick the jack out in the open.
Wow, watch this come in. It was beautiful weight. Just snared the jack nicely, tickled it back. Got a bit of a fortuitous rub off it there as well, but a bit of chalk and 3. And congratulations from his skipper. Yep, you're right, forehand.
Yeah, the red bowl that's right in front of the jack, if he gets onto that, that'll just split the 2 blues out and hold shot. Not quite. Makes the target zone bigger. So it sounds like forehand trying to just get past the jack. Can't improve the head in terms of out end, so might as well put some cover bowl in.
Got a nice smooth delivery from Baggery Howley.
So if Neil plays this really good, he could get all 3 blue disc bowls here. If he gets through that front gap onto his red bowl, we'll just peel 2 or 3 of the blues out.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's have a look at that. So square onto his red one, which is slightly to the right of the jack as he's looking at it. Here we go.
Yep.
It will go straight onto those blue ones. Not a bad line.
Oh,
Is
I
it
think
going to
he's
come in
wide.
underneath that one? No, gosh. Oh, might have got up for second with that wee nudge. 2, yeah, it is. So got up for, I mean, 2. Took one out, yeah.
I'm wondering if Sheridan can play the backhand here onto his shot bowl that's touching and
Yeah.
just pop the jack for 4 or 5 right there on that hand.
Yeah.
I think if he touches a shot bowler, he'll just pop it out for 4.
I thought he might have tried that first up because it looks to be quite a safe shot, doesn't it? Well, it's a safe shot, all right.
Yeah, like he's got a 2 goodies, but he could turn this into... I'm
I know,
surprised he's not
he's
playing
gonna.
this. I find that hard to believe that he didn't play that bowl.
A 2. So Gore leading by 4-1 now after 3 ends of this 15-end final. The Somerset men's champion of champion triples. And we'll be updating you on the women's semis as we look. Thames Coast leading Kia Toa of Hawke's Bay 7-3. And in the other match, it's Kia Toa of South Canterbury playing Queenstown and leading by 8-3. So who knows? It could be Kia Toa versus Kia Toa in the final. Long way to go in those 2 games.
Well, the one thing that's sure, John, will be a North Island team and a South Island team getting through to that final.
Yeah. Exactly. Good starter there by Mason.
Yeah, nice reply here too.
Very consistent Colin Rogan and has been for many, many years. I know Alex Reid was talking about him yesterday, and in fact this whole team, about how often they're featured in events up north.
We only had to have a look at the last end we just played. There was probably about 9 bowls within about 6 inches of the jack. So
Yeah.
pretty classy stuff. And already here, John, we've got 3 bowls within 1.5 feet.
So he's got that left-hand bowl to use if he's in that zone, or he can just draw it dead. In fact, he might as well just draw it dead. Not quite. Oh, great light, though.
Ready, you. No more, though.
So he's got a similar shot here to what he just played on the last end. Small trail of the jack for 3.
Big Harley's interested. Just going to dip under, is it?
Oh, it's pretty handy.
Yeah.
Another one
Well,
there or thereabouts.
Good coaching video here for people new to bowls, just understanding about building a head and how to use it and how to counter it. And that is a skip saying we've got danger here, we could go down 3, we need something in this area, and there's 2, putting one up there in the zone, at least somewhere in the zone.
Yeah, I think John would have liked to have got another foot there on that bowl.
Yeah.
Just to get past the blue ones. So I think Sheldon will have to make a decision if he's going to go for the trail or just whack the bowl out. Does have 3 seconds. He may just go to whack it out rather than try and trail the jack. This bowl might encourage bigger weight rather than trying to play it too perfect, but we'll see with the first bowl. He may go for the small trail with the first bowl.
He's quickly down there. He's probably standing on the mat waiting for Fisher to get back, and oh no, he's not. He's taking his time. Fisher took the wide berth down the vacant rink next to them. So here we go.
Just looking for a small trail, sitting on the bowl. He's close here, John. He's got this, I think. He's played a bomb. Oh, what a shot.
Oh, gosh. This looks like a weighted shot from that delivery of Fisher's for him.
Yeah.
Good line. Good line. Wow.
Just under, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Sheldon will just play the backhand here and just try and beat the wing the red disc bowl for 3. And if he touches jack, he might hide it away. So, pretty safe shot to fully draw into that area.
Yep. Good line again, I think.
Oh, he's played this well.
Oh, gosh.
How good's this? That's outstanding. And I guess this might be one of the reasons why he's skipping the New Zealand 4 at the World Champs.
And how they came back from dropping a 6 of a 13-5 down in their semi-final.
Yeah, pretty good start here for Sheldon. He's playing really good bowls these first four odd ends of the game.
So Fisher really has to make contact with those, I would imagine now. I think the jack's blocked out of his line.
It looks like weight. Yep. Attacking. Oh, he looks wide, I think.
Yeah. So some terrific bowls there, and while we're talking about Bagri Howley and what great touch he's got with his last 2, it was set up by his front end. They weren't too far away, and it's great front end too. Good lead bowls from Colin Rogan in particular. So this will be, well, it's 7-1, but it's been much tighter than that.
Yeah, both teams have played well, John. The difference, I think, though, at the moment is I think Sheldon's team's got more bowls, what we call in the playing area, and they've all been within about a foot. It does make it easy to play good bowls if they're within a foot of the jack. As we just put the hex on Elliot.
Yeah, shaking his head. Because this bloke is being really consistent, playing this backhand down this direction. He's been consistently putting them within that area that you suggested.
Another handier start.
Getting handy, or you trying to ice it? 18 inches.
"18 inches," he was told.
Sure shot, mate. Close you can.
That's a pretty good addition of weight, isn't it, that? I mean, it's a bit wider than he wanted, but, you know, as Skip said, 18 inches. He's gone from being 18 inches short to being pretty much jack level by the looks of it there.
Yeah, pretty handy bowls, John, still.
Jack here.
Got the jack. Yep.
Brilliant. Very good.
Fair effort here. Just a fraction through.
Yeah.
That's right. Same ball, mate.
Yeah, it might still be 3-2 Gore.
Yeah, the good news is the last bowl's, you know, a couple of feet through and in play. So if you touch the jack, you bring it into play and can create stuff.
First up again, mate. All on your way. Go on, Thomas. Push. Hurry. 3 down. 2 goodies, mate. Well done. 1 match through.
Bit of distraction there.
Well, we saw yesterday that this Browns Bay team is not keen on the opposition talking behind them when they're getting on the mat. And I think that's what it was again, although it doesn't appear to be over talking. Or it might have been noise. Well, there's only bowls bags back there, so I don't think there'll be much noise coming from them. Almost played it perfectly again. It's a bit too much weight. But it would have been handy if he'd picked that jack up and taken it back for 2.
Yeah, unfortunately he's chipped out their closest bowl, so he probably is 4 down now. She's a hard walk back when you're 7-1 down and then 4 down on the changeover, which is most likely to be 5 down with Sheldon drawing here.
Is Kearney awake there, do you think, Mark? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he does look awake.
Yeah. Mind you, sometimes it's difficult to tell, isn't it? Here we go. Agree, Howdy. Get a wee feather off that and in for another shot.
Nice cover too. I'd still expect Neil to draw at least 3rd shot here, if not this shot.
Starting to bend now and coming well. Is he up? Is he up? He's not up,
not
but
here.
that was a terrific line.
Well, he's going to be 6 down when he gets to play his next one. I'm pretty sure that Sheldon will draw another with this much room. And then it is a big bowl for Neil because the score will be 13-1 if he fails with his last. And it's a long way back from 13-1.
Neil down practicing his delivery. There's another one.
As long as Sheldon doesn't trail the jack here. Yeah, that's a great shot. That's 6, I'm pretty sure. So a big bowl on the contents of the game really early. 13-1 if Neil doesn't reduce this.
He'd just be aiming to sit in those, in amongst those 3 shots.
Oh, he's quick, isn't he?
Yep.
He's quick.
That
I
might well
wouldn't be
be.
surprised. Yeah, it's 5 at least. Not sure if it was 5 or 6. 5 maybe.
I
By the
think
looks of that.
5. I think I saw John Walker's hand just drop to the side very briefly, just one by itself. So, oh no, they've got 6 up on the board, have they? That's...
Yeah, so we'll get confirmation whether it was 5 or 6 shortly, I think.
Well, having dropped a 6 in their previous game, they pick up a 5. It was a 5, confirmed as a 5. But that's
so
a big margin now.
I think they've scored something like 28 shots to 1 in the last 10 ends of their last 2 games. Because they came from 13-5 down to win every end.
Yep.
Oops, a bit of distractions again there by the looks of it, John.
Yes. Mason with his second, playing that open hand away from the ditch this time.
Yeah, handy bowls a yard past.
If he's rounded, he's played it well. He hasn't got rounded though. Still knock his own up briefly, probably into shot orders, and shot might have a couple there.
Yeah, but unfortunately both bowls not really effective being short of the jack, and it only takes one bowl to beat those to take both of them out of play. Yeah. And if Thomas actually trails the jack here, once again it'll be 3 down. And he's pretty good here. Yeah, Thomas has played a couple of good trails early on in this game, and once again there he's just drawing one jack level.
He's going well. I don't know if I've seen Cockerell play before, but clearly a player of really good talent to be picked in a team with Sheldon. You've got to be up to a certain standard. Hey, here we go again.
No, I don't think he's quite here this time. It's a good way to put the hex on him there, John, by mentioning he's going too good.
We've done it so many times. We've talked about players that just struggling with his length, his weight, or struggling with his green next bowl, perfect. Or you rave about how consistent he's been, or he or she's been, and they blow it, and it's all our fault, you realise.
It's a nice couple of bowls. So 2 or 3 seconds, so Sean will be wanting to get one in there. That's confirmation of the current score of 12-1.
in top form. This skipper, the New Zealand 4 and current singles champion, Sheldon Bagri-Harley.
Oh, this is good. This is good. That's brilliant. And the two blue disc bowls past the jack now are really in play. And it does show the importance of getting your bowls a yard past the jack or less.
Just swinging wide.
So Sheldon can play very confident here, sit his own bowl down, could make 4. Only has to fall over once. Yeah, I think that's the shot there. Nice confident draw, a foot past the jack is really what he's going to try and play.
That's quite interesting. A few people have commented, well, the lead actually is standing on the head. He's playing the 2 role on the head, and there's nothing in the rules that say just because you play one position ahead of your skip that you should be standing on the head and giving instructions or directions. So Elliot Mason standing on the head. They've got a good rapport, he and Bagri-Harley. This is not bad either.
Just not up, I don't think, but good home.
Oh, no, yeah.
Nothing wrong with that bowl. It beats a couple of the red disc bowls.
I'm just a fraction heavy, wasn't I?
That's good. He just said, no, I like that weight. Your weight was fine. He was just slightly wide. So let's see similar weight. What would be the end result as Neil Fisher plays the last bowl on this, the 6th end of the final?
I don't know. Needs a rub. And then another rub.
And he, yep. Well, a bit of luck out of that. But he was in the zone. Now, just the 1 or possibly 2. Looked like he holding 1. Yeah, it is 1. So 13 to 1 now. The lead, 6 ends gone. This is the final of the Somerset Triples Men's Champion of Champions. Began on Friday morning at 8 o'clock. And we have, after this, 1 game to go, and it'll be the women's final. Progress there. The Kia Toa Hawke's Bay team has taken the lead against Thames Coast, and Kia Toa South Canterbury continue their lead in the match against Queenstown.
Yeah, it's pretty important Browns Bay score this next end. It's already starting to get difficult when you're 12 behind, John, so they need to get the mat and they'll have to do something drastic, whether it's 2-2 or mat right up or really short ends. But they've got to change what's actually been happening.
Yes, and in this situation too, short bowls don't help the cause, do they? So it's important that they get up and over. Like there's 2 butte bowls there again from Mason.
Yeah, the last end, Colin put up 2 short runs, and if he drops another couple of bowls short, it just makes everybody's job after this harder. And unfortunately, this is not so flash either.
He started off exceptionally well.
Yeah, we talk about making whatever bowl you play easier for the bowler following you. And it's a good concept. It's pretty handy again here.
Ooh, really consistent.
3 down, you can play it either way. Give me first.
He's got the gap here, hasn't he? And this happens actually when you're behind, John. When you get behind on the board, you always find gaps. When you're in front on the board, there are normally never any gaps.
Brilliant, Aaron. Well done.
Yeah. Good positive comments too from Bagri Howley. He's up there all the time. He's animated. Fist pump from his front end. Who are doing everything they need at the moment. They look like a winning combination, and they're making life very difficult for the opposition.
And there's
who are
that same
constantly
sort of
having, just that little bit of luck, eh?
The old story goes, when you get bowls close, you get luck. And when you've got no bowls close, you normally don't get any luck. And this is another end, Neil's swapping over. He'll be 5 down when he gets to the mat. Sheldon will put a 5th in here for all money.
Yeah, it's at the stage really where, I mean, I know they were probably considering, putting something up to those 2 red bowls that you can see to the left of the screen there. But the way they're playing, he'll be drawing a shot, you would think. Just keep the foot firmly on the throat.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to cover. Neil will have to try and draw to save. He can't afford to drop another big number like this. And that's good from Sheldon. That's counting.
Yeah. So as you say, that's 5, we think.
Certainly looks like 5. We might be playing big weight here. We are.
And there's that short bowl. Oh, no, he's got it.
The kill. Got the kill.
Yeah.
Good shot from Neil. They needed that, that's for sure.
I thought he would have been in this situation where he was going to be saying nasty words to Colin Rogan, because I thought that short bowl of his looked to be in the line briefly, but he got around it nicely. Here it goes, just getting around that short bowl and smacking the jack, getting nice collision and taking the bowl into the next rink, the jack into the next rink. Phew, breathe again, live again. 13-1, could have been 18-1. You never know, but 13-1 it is. That's back to the start of end number 7.
Yeah, clearly he could not afford to miss that one. But, he kept his team in it. Now it's up to them to get a couple of bowls in play for Neil. Neil's had to play a lot of weighted shots, which he, as we know, he prefers to draw. And he draws very good too. Yeah, Colin's just got to start getting that first bowl pass. Just not worry about getting the shot. Concentrate a yard past the jack, and then work his way back to the jack. I think that's one of the key things when we're struggling, just to get the bowls past.
Yeah, it's only a technical thing, and it's something that Rogan does all the time. Of course, the bouncing of the bowl takes a bit of pace off it, doesn't it? But you allow for that. You can see almost, and you hear it on this surface, don't you? Some of them are really smooth, like that. Just a slight bump on that one. With Rogan, you hear a couple of bounces. So, but however, it hasn't affected him up until now. He was spot on over those first couple of ends, or first few ends. We're playing the 7th now.
Yeah, like I
Here
said, I
comes
just
Walker.
think he's just got to get his first bowl passed, and the next end's pretty important. Try and get one here, and then make sure he concentrates on getting a yard past the jack. And if John fails here, there'll be 3 or 4 down again when they swap over.
Looks like a pretty good line from John Walker.
I don't think he's here.
No. Wow. No noise in the delivery there of Cockerell, nice and smooth.
And there's the difference is what Thomas has missed, but he's missed in a good area. And that's one of the key things. If we're going to play a bad one, play them in good areas. And that's a sure example of it right there. I don't think this is up either.
No. So Fisher goes back to the mat at 3 down. It'd be interesting just to look and see what's going on in the other camp. Here we see Walker now wandering through. They don't need to say much. They've played together so often that they know what's required.
Yeah, they'll know they're struggling, and they'll just be trying to gee each other up as good as they can so they can get on to the next end and hope that Neil gets them out of this one. So I think Sheldon can play either hand here. He's going to ditch hand and forehand, just try and draw a shot. Yep, good track. Yeah, this is good. Would have been a lot closer if he hadn't run into that, but it's still close.
Saving again, or attempting to. Neil Fisher from Browns Bay.
Yeah, 5 down the last end when he got to the mat. He's 4 down this end. He's got to be close.
Yeah, very good. What a great save. The little master, he's at it again.
He's very good at drawing shots. Now, I'm presuming Sheldon will try and sit that out. I don't think he can see it direct. So I presume he'll try and get round the front red disc bowl and land that out for 5. Unless he can see it. No, he's going to try and sit it out for 5. Oh, didn't particularly get that one away well, did he? He likes it still, though.
Yeah, the end result will be okay, I think.
Oh, is he round the front?
Missing.
He's missed it, I think.
Oh, gee.
And Neil gets a chance to relax on the mat, Roy, with this one.
For the first time in a while.
Yes.
He's drawn the shot. He could draw second if he can follow that one down. Looks to be a bit wider. And it is Colin Rogan who hangs on to the mat and gets ready to dictate the length of this end. See this beaut draw bowl here from the skip of Browns Bay. Neil Fisher saving the day.
And Yeah, they've brought the mat up a bit, so it'll be interesting to see where they're going to put the jack, whether they put it right to the tee or in just the middle of the island somewhere. Yeah, so a couple of metres short of the tee, and the mat's up a wee bit. So the first part of the job is changing things, and that's changed. So now it's up to Colin to get one in the playing area.
And he does so. So a temporary loss of form from Colin Rogan. He would have liked it to have been that far past the jack, but that's a good starter for him as his opponent, Elliot Mason, comes in with his first. Skip likes it.
Yeah, I think the good news for Colin with that last one, he is probably about 18 inches short, but it's not like the last couple where he's been over a yard short. At least that one's almost in play there. Yeah, this is pretty handy too. Yeah, this is good, John.
Very good.
Yeah, 2 good bowls from Colin.
So getting the mat, controlling the length. It's worked for them so far.
Oh, Elliot's close here, I feel. Chance to promote. Will land on the blue disc bowl. Yep, like he has. It's another handy bowl.
Yeah, much tighter head this time.
I'd rather you give it
So
away.
if we look at the scoring, Gore started with a couple. They scored 2 on the third to be 4-2 up, then a 3. They were 7-1 up. A 5 took them to 12-1, and a single 13-1. A kill of the next end, and then a single gave Browns Bay the mat. They are down by 13-2. Duck.
We've got 6 bowls within 18 inches, so really good bowls on this head.
Knock it, or just needed a bit more, didn't it?
You're playing that hand good, so probably better than.
So Sheldon's asked for a cover bowl here. So he's just wanting a bowl right where his foot is.
Very good, mate. Right up.
And he's played it just about exactly to where his foot was standing, so that's pretty good.
Yep, as a skip, it'll be great that Bagri Howley can have confidence in calling for shots and knowing that in general his orders or advice will be carried out. He's the man who's playing the tactics, and here's Neil Fisher, who for the last 2 or 3 ends has been pretty much playing against the Gore team by himself, but he's got support this time.
He's close here. Well, touch Jack for 3. Oh, what an
Wow.
attempt. What an attempt. I don't think
You
Neil
should
can
hang on to
believe
your head.
he's missed it. Yeah, Neil can't believe he's got through that gap and hasn't touched the Jack, I think. Looks like he's going to play backhand. I actually quite like the forehand, where he's got his 2 bowls to promote. I think sometimes we can be a bit defensive, and on the forehand there looks like no danger promoting either blue disc bowl.
No.
So I'm a bit surprised by this choice of shot.
Yes, those 2 blue bowls, you can see at sort of 10 o'clock as we're viewing it, and they could just pop up, although we see now Fisher, who almost nailed it with his last.
Yeah, he'll just try and play the same bowl. Oh, he doesn't
with a
like
bit
it.
more luck. No, he's a bit
Yeah, he
wider
doesn't
this
like it.
time.
And they're just taking the 1. So that's the halfway point, more or less. 18's gone, John 14-2.
And I suppose too, when we're looking at what Sheldon decided that time, when you've got that advantage on the board, you tend to, let's play the board, go a bit safer. I don't know. It doesn't appear to be within his nature to do that, but it's take the single, make it harder yet for Browns Bay.
Yeah, he could have just played the forehand still, I think, even with that last bowl, and just tried to draw like his front 2 weren't there. It didn't look like a lot of danger, but the other one's out on the green plane, so... So the worst thing there for Browns Bay... Sorry, the worst thing for Browns Bay is they needed to score a couple of ends in a row, and unfortunately for them, they didn't score that end.
So we're playing the 9th end. We've had 1 replayed after a kill by Neil Fisher. This is going to come underneath that last bowl, which will be good. We flick. Oh, yeah, lovely.
You need to play the same as him, or you can play them now. Any movement there is good.
So swapping hands, Colin, trying to just land the last bowl or trail the Jack a foot. But unfortunately, he doesn't quite have the right weight for that.
So we'll give you some progress soon on those women's semi-finals. There's a Kia Toa team in each of the semis, one from Hawke's Bay and one from South Canterbury.
One down, the bowl's 1 bowl low. Any movement in there is good, 1 down.
Cocked me up.
This is, I think, a better attempt if he's got the weight, has he?
Obviously need 2 metres.
Or is,
Oh, gosh. As I say, waste of a good line.
yeah, has finished in not a great spot for Neil's team either.
You like it? Better than the last one. You're 1 metre low. Out. Good.
What are the odds of him hitting his own bowl and springing both to the side?
That's normally what happens when we put one up that's in the way.
Yeah.
The good news with this one, he's passed.
Here's those women's semis. So Kia Toa, Hawke's Bay. It's Natasha Grimshaw's combination leading Thames Coast by 12-8. And just one shot in it now, the South Island battle. Kia Toa from Timaru in South Canterbury, leading by 13-12 over Queenstown. So Kia Toa had a sort of a handy lead last time we looked, so Queenstown on the way back, having a good fight back, 13-12.
Sheldon just trying to cover here by the looks of it. Yeah, he'll be happy with that bowl. Here we go, weight from Neil.
Looks to be on target. Oh, Wick. Gee. Well, at the start, I know we talked about two different teams. You know, one's a draw team, that's the Browns Bay, and we know Neil Fisher is a fantastic draw player. On the other hand, we thought there'd be plenty of action from Baggery Howley, but Fisher's been put into a situation where he's had to play run shots, and he's played them pretty well.
Yeah, look, Neil's just been under the pump on more ends than Sheldon has. Sheldon's got to the mat most ends where he's holding 2 or 3 or even 4 sometimes.
On the prowl afterwards.
It's running to the very backest, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Browns Bay have the backest at the moment. Oh, well.
So Neil's driving again.
The jack looks as though it would go out to the side that way. To where
I think he'll kill it if he hits it. And he's got the bowl of the jack, is he?
Oh, no. He's not having the luck today, or occasionally he is, Neil Fisher. He drew nicely on the 7th end. He killed one when they were 5 down. He's having to do a lot of work here as this Gore team of Sheldon, Baggery Howley, Thomas Cockrell and Elliot Mason continue to pile on the pressure. "15 ends this game. We've gone through 9.
Now, the hard thing now is the Browns Bay team need more than two shots an end. So, in terms of cricket terms, they need more than 2 in every end. So, it starts to get hard when you start having to chase numbers.
He's only a foot short.
It's the end of 3 long days of bowls for these players. All arriving in Dunedin on mostly Thursday, but some arrived on the Wednesday. Managed to get a little bit of practice in at the Hopes Dunedin Stadium, and early start on the Friday, for the women anyway, at 8 o'clock, and for the men, I think the last game on the Friday started at about 7, and similar hours yesterday and today as well. But this is the end for the men.
So virtually, apart from that very first end, Sheldon has hardly been down. He's been holding shots just about every end, John.
Well, in the semi-final, when they beat that Mount Maunganui combination, and we've seen enough of them to know that they're a talented bunch. And for them to drop a 6 at one stage and still come back, that's, you know, classy stuff. And I can imagine that, I think Kearney was asleep that time. And I think they've just got great mental attitude here. Back themselves. Yeah. Yeah, Kearney's asleep. Did you see that up in the background on the left-hand side? Look there, that's a sleeping pose from Mike Kernahan. That's probably as active as he's been all day.
Nice attempt here.
That's right.
Probably still one to the Gore Rams.
That one. Split these. How far over was that last bowl? Let's go, mate. Oh, only a foot.
Oh, John Walker will be happy to hear that. I was only a foot over. So he doesn't need to change anything really. Just put another one in there.
It's all right. If you've got good weight, it should come back. Spin now. Spin. That's good there. You wouldn't want to change anything, mate. If you need to spit on yours where it's got.
There you go. Don't change anything. Yep, absolutely right. That's if you can remember what you did last time. John Walker.
Looks a little narrow this time, isn't he?
Yep.
I think Sheldon will just draw on the forehand, most likely here. There's not a lot of danger anywhere on the rink, so nice confident draw to the red that's just behind the jack.
Yep, out to about where his two's feet up.
Oh no, he's playing backhand.
Hmm.
Well, it's not bad.
Already the
A little
corner's
bit
shot. Yeah.
Just a little quick.
So Neil looking to dead draw this. Baggery Harley still has his big red bowl sitting there waiting to play. Second one. Oh gosh.
Yeah, Neil's a little disappointed with that, but you know that sort of happens when you've been running at the head all the time, and you just lose your touch on the draw, and that seems to be the case here for Neil, unfortunately.
Staying with that backhand, just needs to get around that Browns Bay one that's out on the right as we see it, and that's a metre and a bit short. Looked to be a bit of a tight line. Oh no, he's round it, nicely round it.
Yes, sounds like it's just out the count.
Yeah, that's good effort. Normally means that, doesn't it?
3. No, just the one. One down to that one. Yeah.
Yeah, not a lot on here. They're still having a look.
Drive that. Get the edge of that. What am I doing? Drive it.
Oh, it's been running
So
pretty well.
Yeah, once again, Neil's got a attack again.
His target is a centre bowl there. Oh no, well, for the first time he's missed by a margin. He's had a bit of luck go against him. They're one down as the bowls are kicked back. Browns Bay one down. They've only scored on 2 of the 10 ends. It's now 16-2, and they're just being outplayed here, and that's no disgrace against this sort of team. Now, Browns Bay have got through to the final, and we're getting close to the finalists in the women's too. 12-11, just 1 shot in it, Kia Toa, and 2 shots in it here. Kia Toa again in front. Kia Toa South Canterbury leading 14-12, and Kia Toa Hawke's Bay leading 12-11. After this match, we'll be showing you that women's final, and that will conclude the Somerset Champion of Champion Triples for 2023. Just persistent. A score front end, just putting them there, making life difficult.
Oh, I just think the other main key is Browns Bay have failed in the bad areas. Like when they've played bad ones, they haven't been in areas we can use them. And the short bowls, we just can't use them. This is much better. At least it's almost got to the jack. It's just can't afford to be short when you're behind.
Rogan can see the jack clearly. He can use that left-hand blue bowl if he wants to get a slide off that, or slide off those shorter bowls. Slings his cloth over his shoulder. Baggery Howley marches up to the head, sensing that this is not a bad bowl coming in from his number 2. Yeah, it's going to be the shot.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And like I said, once again, we've got no bowls past the jack to be able to play the jack to it. So when they look back at this, they'll realise they've just not got enough bowls in play to help Neil.
Funky high now. Working off that one, just thinking hard.
Okay, so just a slight change in his green to use that wing bowl.
Yep, and he's definitely wider.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he's going to get it too, I think, is he? No, just round it.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Outside of it, not the inside of it, but the result is the same. I like the way Baggery Howley's indicated, that bowl's to be used. And, there's no sense of it being a fluke at all. Often you hear players go, oh, that was lucky. But he he said, that's there, use it, and he did. So there was no fluke to that at all. It was in the plan. Bagri Howley marches back to the mat, looking at the scoreboard. It says 16-2. Neil Fisher looks at the scorecard and sees it's no different. It's 16-2, or as he's looking at it, 2-16.
Yeah, look, I think from what I'm just seeing there that if they don't score this end, they might actually shake hands here. I would not be surprised. I think he would have just said to his team, if we don't get any out of this, we're done for the day. That's what I'm thinking Neil just said. And Sheldon's pretty good.
Yeah.
Played it well.
So, yeah, unless Neil can do something with this, and he's got, as you said several times, he's got nothing to play to, has he? Nothing over the head. Let's see what it looks like when he views it.
Just the bowl in his hand. He's down looking for the jack.
That was a blue bowl he hit up, and that's not theirs, but they're, yeah.
Sheldon's got a really nice shot on the backhand just to feather off one of those wing red bowls and touch the jack for, dare I say, 6. So a foot trail off one of the red bowls, and he'll get 6.
So it's a red bowl just at about 2 o'clock from the jack as you look at it, yeah. Flicks that. If he sits, edges that and takes the jack with him, or takes the jack clean, certainly might need a bit of interaction with another bowl to do so.
Now that's what he's after.
Yeah. You can just see it. So an inside edge of that second red bowl, or the jack.
Or jack clean on his own.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, just draw one. Okay.
Big target zone here, though, for Neil. Lots of bowls to wick off.
He's watching it all the way.
It looks narrow.
It is narrow.
Don't be surprised if that is the last end. No, I'm pretty sure
Colin Rogan out the side just waving, let's finish it, he says, and they go in and do shake hands. So it's a shortened final, and as it turned out, a one-sided final. A couple off that last end, and it is the Gore team beating Browns Bay by 18-2. And we saw a really tremendous front-end display from Elliot Mason and Thomas Cockrell, and some sublime bowls also from this national champion and skip of the New Zealand Fours, Sheldon Bagri Howley. And it is the Gore Rams who are the Somerset Triples Champion of Champions for 2022-23. Congratulations to Gore. We're going to have a look at some highlights of this, and then we'll keep updating you on the women's semi-finals.
think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
Well, we've reached the grand finale of this weekend's competition at the Hope Bowls Dunedin Stadium. It's the 2023 National Champion of Champions Triples, sponsored by Somerset. We've seen the men's title go the way of the Gore Rams, and now it's the time for the women's final, featuring Thames Coast and Kia Toa of South Canterbury. And there's the way they progressed, with Bunn, Matthews and French from Thames Coast coming back from a deficit against Grimshaw, Lukey's and Scott to get through to the final, and Leonard, Robbins and Williams beating the Queenstown combination of Anderson, Dowman and Mann. The women's final about to start. I'm John Macbeth, and with me again is Mark Noble. And we saw a fairly one-sided men's final with an outstanding display all round from the three players from Gore. They overcame the team from Browns Bay. In fact, Browns Bay conceded with 3 ends to go. This might be different. Remember, they've had a couple of games this morning, and to get to this final stage, so Thames Coast and Kia Toa in the red. You can see Sharon Leonard coming down here on the left, and the skip of the Thames Coast team is Kay Bunn. So Mark, a sort of one-sided men's match, and these two teams have been through some close matches on the way through to the final.
Yeah, and I think both of them have actually been behind in their games at some stage and managed to fight back and win. So that's really, really good, and just shows some good willpower from both teams.
Maintaining the consistency that they've shown throughout. We did see Sharon Leonard and I think it was Julie Robbins at the Piers into centre, the champion of champion Piers and Hastings. And their men's team got a fair way through in this competition as well, with O'Neill, Burgess and Leonard. So there's the opening bowl. So we see there that the blue discs are on the bowls of the South Canterbury team Kia Toa.
Yeah, and both leaders starting off on a different hand, John. So be interesting to see if they remain on those.
This is Janice Williams. Just getting some, got a bit of information through from some contacts at Kia Toa. Couldn't quite make contact with anyone from Thames Coast, but it's been, I've been advised that Janice Williams is a barmaid at the Old Bank Hotel, a famous pub in Timaru. And I've, out of interest and being, want to talk about myself all the time, I've got this photo which it was taken in 1893 of the Old Bank Hotel, and across the top in the sort of concrete area, right at the top on the top of the second floor, the name J. Macbeth. So it's my great-grandfather who did own that hotel, the Old Bank. So Janice, you're working at a good establishment.
John, I was hoping it wasn't you born in 1893.
Yeah. Well, funnily enough, when I was young and used to work in Timaru and live in Timaru, I did frequent the Old Bank quite regularly, and I had no idea that it had been part of the family 100 years earlier or more. So we've got Janice Williams leading for Kia Toa, Julie Robbins at 2, Sharon Leonard skipping, and Kay Bunn is the skip for Thames Coast, which is at Tapuru, just north of Thames, about 10k north of Thames. They've got 2 greens there. One's artificial and one's a live green. And Kay is the president. Val Matthews at 2, and Adele French is off the front.
Yeah, I can tell you, John, the carpet was only laid last year.
Oh, really?
Down at in Thames, yeah. We went to play a tournament there, and they were laying the carpet the day we turned up to play.
So you didn't play on it?
Well, no, we played the next day, but we turned up right early, and they were still laying it. So yeah. So I can tell you Kay has had a break from bowl. She had about quite a few years off, and she's been back playing about 5 years now.
Well, it's done her good because I had to fight back from a deficit against Kia Toa of Hawke's Bay, who'd already been in a comeback match against Raumati. Good track.
Yeah, nice start from Kay. Looked like she could have been 4 down before that bowl too, so it's either got shot or second shot.
This is Sharon Williams, who's been playing for 13 years. She's got 14 centre titles. And she's had a really good season with 4 national championship appearances. Oh, that's right, it was at the Bowls 3-5s. I saw her, had a good chat to her at Nainai, it was. That's right, in the Bowls 3-5s finals. There's the second one from Kay Bunn.
So I think that one bowl could be worth 5 shots here, John. So best to just see if we see an attacking bowl. Even if they were 1 up, it's worth quite a few.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't a bad line either. Just needed a bit on there to sit that red disc bowl. So the blue bowls belong to Kia Toa. Might be a bit of measuring done. Good safe way of doing it. Put a cloth down and drop the bowls that have been already counted out. How many times have you turned around and someone says, oh, it's 1-2. What about that one? Oh, is that an account? No, you've taken that one out. No.
Oh, the red disc bowl's just fallen in, and I don't think anyone's realised.
No. It's a bit of a rush job doing that measure, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, and no one noticed it had just fallen in. I'm not too sure what they would have done then if they'd gone back to measure that.
There might have been some heated discussion, I think.
Well, it probably fell in for second shot, to be fair.
Yes, yeah. So that's the sort of start that a team would want, a 3 on the first end, as all players try to settle down quickly and get into a rhythm, finding the green and the weight. And we noticed in the previous women's match that it did take a wee while for both teams to settle down. Here we go.
And neither of these teams, sorry, John, neither of these teams have played on this rink before either, so they will be just sort of finding their way with one hand a little wider than the other. So we've actually got both leaders playing backhand round the clock, which is very unusual to play round the clock, but both of them are doing that. Janice is a left-hander too, but she's playing round the clock.
Yes, she had a long way to walk up past the 2 bowls that were well over to get to the jack itself. Just give her number 2, Val Matthews, a little bit of Well, no, it's her lead, Adele French. A little bit of encouragement. So Adele is on the executive of the Thames Bowling Club. Oh, it's good getting this information flicking through now. Mark, they're onto it. Julie Robbins, who's on the mat, her husband won the New Zealand Fours this year, playing 2 for Rodney Greene. That comes from Richard Kerr, who's very much a bowls fanatic in the South Canterbury area. And also some good information coming through from Gareth Burgess, who played in the Kia Toa men's team with Leo Leonard and Sean O'Neill over this weekend. In fact, as we look at this team, and we see that there is Sharon Leonard as the skip, and she is a relative by marriage to Leo. So here we are now, there too, Julie Robbins. Kia Toa starting well with that 3.
So I can tell you Val, who's just playing, has got 15 Waikato titles.
Wow.
And that's probably why.
Oh, I think that was Julie, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is Val here.
Oh, yep. So Val's got 15 Waikato titles.
And this is why. You can finish. Oh, not quite this time.
And Adele has just come back to New Zealand after being away, playing overseas. So it's her 3rd season back in New Zealand playing.
Wow. So down to the mat goes Sharon Leonard, the skip of this Kia Toa team. 14 centre titles, as I mentioned earlier. I remember chatting to her, she was really disappointed with the way she herself had played at Nine during the bowls 3-5. But she must have been playing well to get her team through to this stage and to the national final.
So Kay's a couple down here.
Oh, playing aggressively here, just reaching into those 2-shot bowls. Shots on.
Just behind it, really, don't I? Just about where your feet are. Yep, we'll draw again.
Yeah, that's getting close to counting this bowl.
Yes.
No danger.
Does she have another go?
Yes, looks like she is attacking the head.
Yeah.
And is it close? Just under, is it? I think.
Ooh. Getting that little wick off the short bowl. 2 out, and maybe the tape goes down again. 2 it is. 2 to Kia Toa after 2 ends then. They lead by 5-0. This is a final of the women's. It's the last event here at the Hopes Dunedin Stadium for this weekend. And remember, last weekend we were also covering from this venue the Peers Champion of Champions. Some couple of remarkable finals then. We've had one final, the men's final, which went the way of the Gore Rams. Sheldon Bagri-Howley and his team were just too strong on the day for the Browns Bay team. Elliot Mason leading and Thomas Cockrell at 2 for Gore.
Yeah, the Gore team played exceptional in that game, John. They just never let up.
Looking for correction, but not too much correction on the first one, which sits on the bank.
This looks a better line, I think, John.
Yeah, and takes it with her.
Yeah, nice bowl there for Adele.
So this woman here, Julie Robbins, she's won 16 centre titles. She's been playing for about 30 years and in fact won a title in England. Oh, look at that. Oh, well. Got to the quarterfinals at the Peers Nationals. And the Kiatoa Bowling Club is a very nice social club which complements their outstanding record in bowls in the South Canterbury region. Well, that's just needed to turn a bit quicker. Therefore, a slightly finer line, and she was on there. Pity she's in the ditch though. Just do it again, would you?
I can give you a little bit more info on Val. So, as I said, she won 15 Waikato titles. She's actually got 31 Thames Valley titles as well. So she's got 46 titles in 2 different centres. Pretty impressive.
Nothing, Val. Doesn't matter if you go back in the ditch.
Pretty close here, John. I think just about landing it. Or just under, I think. Mighty effort, though.
So if you're just joining now and you're looking at that, you'd say, well, these bowlers aren't very good. Well, the jack has moved. And it was Adele French with her second bowl who carted the jack back to where she had put her first one. So they were holding 2 briefly, and then we saw a fine bowl by Julie Robbins, which sat out the shot bowl to give Kiatoa that slight advantage. They're up on the board by 5-0, just 2 ends played.
So Sharon just a little bit wide and heavy here.
I think you should take out the words little bit. Yeah, she was flying wide, eh?
I think Kay will attack the bowl here, try and run the jack in the ditch or take the bowl out. And she is trying for that. She's close. Needs to turn. That was a mighty effort there, just missing wide.
Yeah, that's a pretty good correction. If she's up there, she's got another shot. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, very good.
It might only be one still, John. It's a bit hard to tell from our angles. I don't think it changes Kay's shot. Kay will be still down there to sit either of those bowls or trail the jack into the ditch for 4.
Not a mile away again. Oh, a bit wider is she. Oh, hang on.
Needs
This'll
a little
do.
rub.
You flick. Ooh, not far off it. Two it was. Well, if we have a look at that men's match, it was after 3 ends, it was 4-1 to Gore. Then very quickly after that, it was 12-1. Not suggesting that's going to happen here, but we just saw a runaway victory as the Gore team put on a really classy display. It was fantastic to watch. I'm sure even the Browns Bay supporters will have acknowledged that they were a classy act.
It's a very good start too.
Oh, it sounds like that person's taken their dog to the bowls again. Janice Williams has drawn a beauty with her first. Now, in an ideal world, she'll finish about a metre over. That's
Yeah,
pretty
both
good.
those bowls. Yeah, both bowls in good playing areas. The good news for Adele, at least, even though she's not near the jack, she's finished past the jack, which always gives you Skip something to play to. And the same with this bowl. At least they're in play. If we're going to not draw close, all bowls past the jack are good.
Julie Robbins was given the option, whichever hand really, but this is where I want you to finish.
The key here for Val is just try and get second shot, and then you can work on trying to score after that. Not a bad sort of track. Just needs to arrive now.
Change of hands. There's another shot. So it's 3 that the South Canterbury representatives from the Kia Toa Club in Timaru are holding.
Yeah, unfortunately, she's just exposed the jack there when she's landed the shot bowl. One of those good bad bowls, as we call it.
And we've seen already that Kay Bunn is pretty handy with any weighted shots. In fact, we might see that Val Matthews does it for her. Tracking well here. Another,
Pretty good bowl.
Yeah, that is good. Still probably 2 down, possibly 2 down.
Yeah, it just widens up the zones so Kay can sort of play the forehand and run down for jack or the shot bowl. So that's what I would sort of expect from Kay. I think the opposition will try and get a back one in here and cover, or they'll try and turn the shot bowl onto the jack and take away Kay's shot.
So Leonard, forehand, just braces a bowling arm, delivery arm with a hand underneath the elbow. Some hold it at the side, some don't even worry about it.
That's made it a little harder. I still think it's forehand though. Yep, looks like forehand for Kay. So Kay's been here for a week because she played in the Piers with her daughter and decided to stay down here for the week.
Yeah, so what they've got a couple right down the back there, haven't they? And I wonder, we see Julie Robbins indicating to her skip, just put one down here.
Yeah, I think we really need Kay to turn her head over here. So really needs to put one down the zone, try and get a shot, and then work on the next end. So pretty important bowl. Doesn't want to get too far behind in this game.
Just a wee tuck of her arm before she extends it to deliver. Might be a bit fine, but there's stuff to hit there. There's stuff to hit.
Oh, I need to get past that. Oh, that was just a good try. Just had to avoid that bowl. I think would have been right on line for shot bowl or the jack.
So another 2 to Kia Toa, and it's 9-0. But we've seen teams, and any sort of game, haven't we, Mark? You know, that's only 4 ends gone, 15-end match, plenty of time, and there's no relaxing. It just needs, as we've seen too several times, big ends coming and turning games around. So it's important for the team in front to keep on putting the bowls where they're required and try and just shut the opposition out.
Yeah, I think on day one, John, there was a game that was 9-0 and then we blinked and it was 9-all. So they can change pretty quickly. It's all about just keeping it positive even though we're behind. And that's one of the key things is just trying to keep everyone on song and just build them up.
She's got the weight. That's a lovely line for the lead from Thames Coast, Adele French.
Yeah, that's a nice start. And if you're going to make a comeback, it does have to sort of start up front in general. So nice bowl, and now it's just a matter of capitalising on that bowl.
And a lot of people asking why players would be wearing caps indoors. And I think Joe Edwards answered that last week, because she said, honestly, there is glare around in the lights and, just to the caps. A lot of people wear caps when they're playing indoors.
Yeah, it's a bit of a comfort zone too, because if you play outdoor all the time and you're wearing a cap, it's just comfortable to wear it. And so if you're never playing without a cap, you might as well have the cap on.
So a couple of second shots there for Kiatoa. As Val Matthews tries to secure a second shot and get her team on the board.
Yeah, weight's really good here.
Julie Robbins just finding it up a little bit, which might work to her advantage here. Oh, she's played a bomb here.
Another good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, she started very good in this game. Played a couple of good shots and a couple of good turnovers in the middle.
Confident call from the skip, Kay Bunn. We've got one.
Oh, I think just a little wide again, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure what bowls Fowl's using. They could actually be red line SRs maybe, or a Drake's Pride bowl. I'm sure we might be able to find that out at some stage. It's just they look a little bit tighter than everyone else's. She seems to be playing, in general, a lot narrower.
Sharon Leonard.
Close here.
Yeah, very good.
That's a great shot. That is a great shot. And 3 shots as well with that.
Yeah.
So Kay once again gets to play her first bowl under the pump again. No chance to relax as the skipper at the moment.
Oh, and it's not the one she wants to hit either.
You're one in front there.
So I think even at this early stage of the game, Kay's got a really important bowl here with this last one. Doesn't want to get to be 12 or 13 behind, so this is a pretty critical bowl early in the game. And this will be 4 down.
Oh, wow. And she'll be looking at from the head. She can see, even though she's 4 down, there's a lot of bowls that she can collide with, aren't there? There's all sorts can happen if she's up there, and she'll certainly be up. She needs to be up there just to make sure that she gives herself every opportunity to cut this down. Oh, she narrowed.
Might land the bowl. Yeah, slanted the bowl.
Yeah.
I think it might still be 3 though. 2 and a measure.
Yep, 2 under measure. So just looking at the way they've got here, the team from Thames Coast, first up they beat Motueka by 18-13. Then they played and beat, or here we see the road through from this morning's matches. First of all, there was one game between Raumati and Kiatoa, and then we got into the quarterfinals. So Bunn, Matthews and French beat Grimshaw, Lukey's and Scott, and they'd also beaten them 15-14 in the round robin. And then they beat Jury Hill by 15-9 and were beaten by Bridge Park 13-12. So that was getting through those round robins on their way to the quarterfinals. I bet they're absolutely chuffed, and their club will be chuffed that they've managed to get through to this final. So was it 2 or 3? Did it end up there? Oh, 3 it was.
Looks like a 3.
Yeah.
So you'd think that from here on in, at least Thames are going to have to start scoring some M's. Otherwise, they are going to clearly fall way too far behind, like the last game we just watched. And they have had a couple of good ends where they've had some bowls there, but the Kiatoa team has played really good, turning those heads over.
So the Kiatoa team, they beat Bowls Matua by 19-9. They lost to Kerikeri, and they had a 17-11 win over Motueka, and beat Waikiwi by 21-8 to get through to those results that we've seen there, the semi-finals. One of the other bits of information I've got through Mark is that Janice, who's leading now, that's Janice Williams, she's got 2 daughters who are very good singers. They have a group called Sister Act in South Canterbury. So it sounds like she's out there and people know who she is on the social scene. This is a nice looking bowl coming through from her opposition. Flick that out. Oh, didn't need to hit it square, but still. Last minute check that she's got the right bias, because she was sort of given the option of, you know, either hand, and make your mind up, but forget to tell your bowl to do the same. Oh, she's played this well. Just get one up and over. That'll be great. That's a good spot from Judy Robbins.
Yeah, nice home there, and just building up the head again. One on the jack, one just past it. And Val is using redline SRs. hard to get in there now, John, already to get the shot. So Tim's already in trouble on this end, trying to get out of
Yes.
the one or two down they are. I'm not expecting these to turn back from out there.
No. And you've
The
talked
red lines.
before about bowls. Some bowls you find, or a lot of bowlers will look at the fact that they're playing on a Tiger turf here at Dunedin Stadium, indoors, artificial, select bowls for particular conditions, don't they? That's if you're lucky enough to have more than one set.
Yeah, look, I know for myself, I like to use normally a very wide bowl on the indoor carpets. And I do clearly have two sets. I have one for indoor carpets that are wide set, and I have my normal set for playing outdoors. There's another good bowl coming in here if it's got the weight. Just out. But as you can see, a hard end for Kay to score again. There's just about nowhere to go. She's only got one bowl anywhere near the jack, and does look pretty tough to get in on the hand that Val's calling.
All right for the bat? Sorry? Are we all right for the bat?
So it might only be one down, John, but
Yes.
it's a hard head to get in there. 4K, so she's just coming out to have a look to see if she's going to attack the shot bowl on the other hand, I think. Well, this will count if it gets past. Yeah, that's two for sure. And it's got no easier for Kay, so I'm thinking maybe take a gamble on the forehand and run down at it.
What are we doing?
I think she's looking backhand. Is she? Well, no, she's asking the question. Let's hear.
So if I stay here, I might just give it away. I want to play onto that red ball.
Yeah, I think Kay's got the right idea here. Down for the shot bowl, punch the jack back, try and get one. And I don't think she can get her own bowl out. I don't think she can see it from the mat, but we'll see. Yep, certainly attacking. It's wide. Not an easy shot.
No.
I think it'll be two down. I think that's all.
They've picked up two. They are. So the scoring continues for the team in red, the red and black colours of the Kia Toa South Canterbury team. And they now lead by 14-0. And we're after 6 ends.
It's like a dream start, isn't it, in a game to be up 14-0, but it's not done and dusted yet.
Both teams will be wondering what on earth's happened. You know, the team that's up glances at the scoreboard and say, oh, gee, how did that happen? And the team that's behind is thinking the same, but for different reasons. But to get to the final, you're a quality team. So at some stage, and for Thames supporters, you'll be hoping it's about now, we'll see a glimpse of the form that's carried them through. They had a wonderful fight back in their game against Kia Toa from Hawke's Bay, the Natasha Grimshaw skipped team.
Yeah, this is where you just got to play one end at a time and just try and keep things nice and positive as a team. And I'm sure Kay will try and keep her team nice and positive.
Good line here. Just wants it to be over. She'll be like that, just over. That's good. So, you know, a good 2 metres or so over, but fantastic line she had right down that centre line. Still open there for that team in red to draw onto the shot bowl or inside it or tickle the jack back.
Yeah, look, we talk about it all the time. If we're going to play a bowl that's not near the jack, if they're past the jack, they're in play. And if they're like 2 yards short of the jack, they're just no good at all. So at least if we're finishing in good places, which is what all those 4 bowls are, past the jack.
Pretty good line here if she's got the weight.
I think just a little short, I think. So Val's on the forehand. Just wants to get under that front bowl.
You're looking to reach this bowl here.
Yeah, positive call. Just sit that shot bowl. And certainly if she could, that'd bring her previous one into play.
It's a good track, John.
Very good. She added the bit of weight she needed. I don't think so, though. Gosh. It'd be good. Val needs to get one in here to just make it a bit less fragile for the Thames Coast team.
Yeah, close if she's got the right weight.
Yeah.
Just out, I think.
Yeah.
Looks like it might only be 1. It could be 2. So Sharon's got a couple of bowls to land here, so I think she'll be up, because if she's a little narrow, she can punch her own blue disc bowl, which is about a couple of feet odd short in as well.
Yeah, it's a situation where you're down on the head, but you're in a healthy position.
Yep, so she'll reach at this with a yard, I think. Yep, definitely reaching.
Oh, going to be wide. K Bun looking to get another one in there to take away that shot.
Yeah, chance here from K. Looking really good here, I think. This should count. Yep, well done. I think a little wide still, but I could be wrong. Might even chip this bowl into the count.
Yeah. Oh.
And has.
She has too. Yeah.
And here's the chance, you know, you draw a 4th, and all of a sudden we're away scoring, and, you know, just trying to accumulate from here. Yep, track's good, John. Close to getting in there.
Oh,
good effort.
Might not have. Certainly 3. Yes, it is. So Thames Coast are on the board. It's taken them 7 ends, but they are now in the hunt. 14-3 down. This is a 15-end game, and it's the final of the Women's Champion of Champion Triples. What does Adele French do? No, not much movement of the mat, but we'll see what sort of length she provides.
Yeah, it looks like a longer type end. I think you've got to change something anyway, because you can't carry on as it's been going on. So, and now if Adele can get one on the jack, it just changes momentum. Score a couple of ends in a row, and just see if we can get a momentum shift, and we might better run over the opposition.
Good
And
starter.
she's done the first part of it. Yeah, she's done the first part. It's amazing how a game can change really quickly, and this could be the start of it, and it might not be. But at least Adele's given Thames a good start on this end after capitalising on that last end.
Oh, this is tracking well too from Janice.
Yeah, it was a great shot.
Yeah. Deserved applause there.
Adele's not bad again here. That's two good bowls past the jack. So it's tough bowls to play with, and that's what we're asking for from our leaders. Janice trying to repeat the dose, John.
Yeah.
Trying pretty hard too, just quietly.
I'll say.
Oh, that's really good stuff.
Yeah.
Val needs to just hurry up a little bit here. Weight was pretty good, not far off being jack level. I think we should swap hands now. Yeah. Swap hands, sit the bowl, trail the jack. Can't even wick off her own bowl as well. The most important thing with this bowl is to actually make sure that Val is up. Yeah, and unfortunately, just about gets to level. I think needed another yard on that, John.
Yes. Here we go with Julie Robbins, her second. We're playing the 8th end. She had a terrific line with that first one. And she's coming in to a good home here if she gets around under that, or just a bit shy again. Gosh, her weight's been very good through those first half dozen ends or so, but just a bit short here. But certainly this woman here has nailed it with her first. Janice Williams has given the Kia Tower team a good position from which to score another single, and the longer they keep the opposition away from scoring singles, the better it is. They lead by 14-3. So fresh from scoring a 3 on the previous end. Here she comes, searching for that shot bowl.
Got the jack, I think.
Got it. Yeah, got it.
It probably holds a couple of shots. They're a long way away, but the key point is a good turnover from Kay, and that's what you need to do when you're behind. Turn over some heads and just hope the opposition don't play any goodies.
So Julie Robbins indicated 2 down to her skip.
I'd expect Sharon to draw this. There's a lot of room.
Getting out into that unused territory out there on the other rink. She's coming in well.
I presume that's in. That might be out, that bowl.
I think it might be too. No, they're not. No, it's in. Must be only just in. And again, a decent amount of room for Kay Bunn, the skip of this Thames Coast team, to get in and draw the shot. Leonard has one remaining. Oh, doesn't want to knock that in. Knocking it out would have been all right. He'd go back to having 3.
Yeah, I'm hoping someone's checked to see the bowls in. You'd think they would have.
I think so, yeah. I'm sure they have. It might be out in a moment. Oh, gosh. Oh.
Let's play a good bowl here.
So I think that's a couple. 2 more to Kia Toa.
Julie, 2, 2.
Well, that turned around, didn't it? It was Kia Toa holding a nice tight shot, a toucher from this woman here, Janice Williams, with her first. It stayed there until Kay Bunn was able to move it and flicked it over to where she had the 2 closest bowls, but they were a fair way from it. And we've seen that Sharon Leonard was able to draw 2 inside that. So a couple there, 16-3.
And that's virtually the halfway stage too, John. So
Yeah, good start.
Nice little gentle push from Adele French. It's okay for a first up. But Thames Coast really need to be scoring from now. And I mean, that's you're the mathematician and chess master, so one on end isn't enough for them, is it? So
no, they've got to get 2 and end from here, and they'll win by 1, 17-16.
Yep.
So got to start getting bowls in play, and they are doing that. The last 2 or 3 ends have had bowls past the jack, and that's the key thing. If we're behind, at least we've got them in play. And then if we grab the jack or move it, we chances to score shots. So Adele is at least finishing in really good spots, which is good.
Yeah. And she's changed her hand here and played it quite well. Sit that.
Yep, that's nice.
Yep.
That's nice. And the reason why they're nice, if you were to trail the jack now a foot, you'd have 3 bowls a foot away holding 3. And so you don't need to panic or rush just yet.
In come the orange bombs from Val Matthews, looking to sit this inside all those others and take the shot. Has she or not? Not quite, maybe. Not quite, maybe, possibly.
Yeah. So I think like the last game, we saw Thomas move the jack around a few times, and this is the sort of end we need something similar from Kay's team, just to move the jack to bring those bowls past the jack into the play. So it doesn't have to go very far, just trail it 6 inches to a foot, and then could hold 3 or 4.
It's a better line for her bowls. Under it, under it. Not quite.
Oops, Kay's just worked out it wasn't her head, so moved away.
Now she can move in, and she does. Yes, it's easy to forget whose head it is when you're in a stressful situation. And fortunately, we're not seeing here those mid-wicket conversations, you know, where a group gathers together and discusses a shot when it's not even their shot, and the bowler waiting is standing on the mat. Oh, sorry, mate. Yeah, I forgot it was your head.
Yeah, that's very frustrating when that happens, John.
She might be
Sharon's
making
close
sure of the
here.
shot here. Flick
That's
it the
pretty
other
good.
way. That's there. Oof.
Yeah, that's a good shot. So Kay's really got to try and get the shot back here. Good track. If she's got the weight, she draws shot. Needs to hurry, I think.
That's all right.
Yeah, nice bowl from Kay.
Doesn't need to do much different. Sharon Leonard. She almost flicked the jack across to her own bowls with her last. Oh, not a bad effort here either, but they're down by 1, so a chance for the Thames Coast team to score 2.
And that's what they need per end. So Kay has got to play another good one here and try and get the 2 and try and get some momentum. It's good tracked again, John.
Certainly.
Oh,
Perfect
that's
bowl.
pretty good bowls. Brilliant
Yeah,
stuff from Kay.
really good.
Well, they're looking at a third. I would have thought it could only be 2. Just shows how deceiving the camera angles might be. But it does look like the blue bowls by a long way. But we'll see in a minute. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it is 3. It is 3. Well.
It is. 3, it was.
And that's how camera angles, we can't really tell at times how short or how long the bowls are directly in line with the jack.
So they've only scored on 2 ends, but it's been a 3 on each of those ends. The deficit is now 10. 6 ends to play.
So just got to string a couple of ends together here, the Thames team. Yeah, not too bad. Nice work from Adele.
getting into her work nicely, Adele French.
Yeah, this just needs to hurry a little.
Pick it up, said Sharon. Didn't quite, but still, that's in a good position over the head. Now Val Matthews looking to build on this head, this end here for the Thames Coast team.
Yep, they've got 2 shots, and now it's just about putting them in there and ending up hoping to put pressure on the opposition. Probably counting.
Yeah. It's one of the few times that the front end of Kyoto has been under any sort of pressure. It looks like Julie Robbins has responded pretty well.
Oh, yes,
Oh,
a very good
nice.
bowl. Yeah, nice, clear and confident calls there from Kay. Just saying to reach up onto our bowls or just under it. And this is close.
Yeah. Yes, Jack back. Oh, yeah.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
That's a good shot from Val.
So Sharon recognising where that second bowl of her leads went over the head. She just said to Julie Robbins, movement of the jack back to us is fine. If you hit that shot bowl, here she goes, not a mile away if her weight's up.
Just needs to be careful not to take her own bowl out. Oh, so she played it well. Could well be
Might have the shot
John.
there. Yeah. Let's hear what Kay says.
It looks like Val should play. Kay should play the same shot, same hand, and try and sit that bowl. If she's one down, it does look like a forehand, either onto her short bowl for 1 or just under it, sitting out the second shot for 2. And we were just guessing it's 1 to Kyoto.
Yeah, hard to tell, but it looked like it, didn't it? The reaction from the players. And we'll soon see the sort of shot that Kay plays.
So it looks like backhand, so maybe Kay's still holding shot. I think if she's on the backhand, she's playing up onto her own bowl anyway. And she's close here.
Yep, she's going to
This
get a
is
slide.
really close. Oh, that's very unlucky.
Oh, yep, so indication is 1 by Julie Robbins. Oh, she can only play the forehand. Yeah, I think so. That's it.
We've got the shot, haven't we? Yes, but if they come up here and take it out, am I allowed to go and look? No one says a word. I'm allowed to come and look about the umpire.
There is protocol
confusion
involved
for the players.
Yeah.
Some confusion for all the players. One umpire said no, one umpire said yes, so priceless.
So there'll be an argument between the umpires later.
I don't think they'll be sitting at the same table, will they?
No.
Oh, I think here,
Well,
I think
those
the
two
forehand is the
black
hand to
balls
play.
are. Yeah, absolutely. If she
If
sits
you
that
trail
orange,
jack,
that's another shot.
yeah, or
Yep.
trails the jack through. It's got a blue disc bowl about a yard past the jack, so nice, confident, full draw for the jack. We'll get you 2 or 3. And I guess on the other side of the foot, if she doesn't change this head, Kay could run the 2 bowls out to the right of the head and hold 4. So if this bowl doesn't change the head, I expect a shot on anger from Kay. You'll see the 2 blue disc bowls to the right. If they're no longer there, it could be 4 or 5, in fact.
Oh, inside edge. You won't want to push it up. Oh. Whew.
So I think Kay should be playing through on the backhand, trying to land that shot bowl would make 3, and could actually get all those bowls out for 5. Yeah, that's Kay's looking at it. So Kay's seen the shot to make at least 3 or more. And the key thing is just to be confident playing it. So backhand with weight, I think, from Kay.
This could be a big changer for this end.
It's attacking line, I think. She's close. Very close here, John.
Yeah.
Got the bowl clean, I think.
Oh, gosh.
Oh.
Wow, she's...
Have we got shot?
It looks like 1 to Thames Coast. Very unlucky, lucky not to make 3 of that. I only needed to get that bowl square and would have held 3 shots.
She's holding second shot here, so she doesn't want to move that black bowl. She's very cautiously heading down wide on this hand. A 1 to Thames Coast.
Oops. I was having a look to see if there's 2 there, so going to have a measure by the looks of it.
A good firm tip against the yellow bowl. One. Well, that's 7 shots in the last four ends for Thames Coast. 16 to 7 the score, and we're playing the 11th end, so 5 ends remaining.
So once again, the key here is just to keep scoring, John, and build scoreboard pressure, as we call it. If we can get up within 5 or 4, the opposition will definitely be looking at that. Deld looks just a little narrow with this one.
That could be your line.
It's a bit wide out, that hand. She hasn't played that hand. In fact, it was interesting that Sharon said, is that in your line, or I think that's in your line, but she'd been playing that hand so well. However, She made the change, and she's got another bowl on which to make the correction. Here goes bowl from Adele French. It's looking to add a metre onto her previous one and also improve the line, and she's done both.
Yeah, that's very good. So there's a little bit of a momentum change in this game, John, the last 2 or 3 ends.
That's all right, good place there.
Indeed it is. Oh, good. Someone's just reminded Sharon to move away from the camera.
Just needs to hurry with this bowl, I think. Might be just a yard short, I think.
It's quite a bit short, so that. Second shot's what we need.
Yeah, that's right. Second shot is a good shot in this situation, isn't it, Mark? They're ahead by 16-7. Oh, gosh. That's okay, but second shot's good because if they can restrict the challenging team to one and end, they'll stay in front. But you don't want to have too much of that sort of attitude. Still want to keep on scoring if you can.
Yeah, we can fall into that trap of just going, oh, we'll just play one down, and sometimes it's, it doesn't work. And it only takes one end to drop then another 3 or 4, and you've made the mistake already. It's too late. So I think you've got to keep things nice and positive, still trying to score shots.
So in the background there, Adele French and Val Matthews just having a conversation, and I bet it's along the lines of, we're still in this, we're still in this. Oh.
Yeah, I think could be 2 shots there to Tim's Ghost. So Kay can just draw on the forehand either side of that front red disc bowl, and she'll count here.
Here we are, the mid-wicket discussions from both teams. It's fine. It's getting to that really tense situation now where one team has been in control going through the first 6 ends without any score against them. Kia Toa leading by 14-0 after 6, then 14-3, then 16-3. Now it's 16-7. And Kay Bunn has played some pearlers to help get her team in that situation.
Yeah, might just be a little quick.
So a bit more information on this woman here. Her father-in-law, Peter Leonard, and his wife, Joy, have been married 65 years today. And Peter was really big into coaching. He had a lot to do with the likes of Keanu Darby, who we saw last week, and Tom Tairoa, both really impressive youth bowlers around the country. 65 years. Patient woman, I'm sure. Here we go.
Chance here if Kay misses a front bowl. Oh, I think she's going to just... I don't think this one's up, is it?
No.
Another couple of shots here to Tim's.
Well, 2 and end is what you said.
And they're actually on track, so...
Yeah.
And like I said, the scoreboard pressure, all of a sudden you get within 5. Like if Tim's score this end, Kia Toa might start scoreboard watching if they're not already doing it. So
I think that's our shortest end of the match so far. The mat's probably right back on the 2 metre. Yep. First bowl now from Adele French. She's been playing this side of the rink very well, going in this direction. She's got a green accurate again. Her weight's not bad either.
yeah, it's close here.
Wow.
That's definitely momentum change here, John. It's looks like Tim's are coming onto their game, and don't be surprised if it comes down to one end if it keeps going like this.
She's turned her back on that. It's not a bad bowl though. It's going to get up. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's
no. It's when you're a perfectionist, I think, and wanting to sit the shot, and But if you're a lead, if you can get one, as we've said so often, one just over the jack, you've done a good job. Here's Adele French with her second. A bit tighter this time.
Yep, still got a yard to draw a shot here for Val, so it's just a matter of getting another one in there and, like I said, putting pressure on the opposition. I'm sure Kia Toa will have something to say about that as well. I don't think Val's got the weight with this.
Lots of information to go into the head. Oops, now we've changed hands. Okay.
Julie's still smiling about it all, so.
Yeah. That's a bit tense now. Those Kia Toa fans and club members watching this will be feeling pretty impressed, as they should have done early on. 14-0 up, even 16-3. They, I'm sure, will sense that this is where the tension goes. Just needs one good ball here, though, from Julie Robbins. Second shot really is a good shot in this situation, because the shot itself is sitting on the jack. They haven't got anything over the head apart from that. Oh yes, they've got that one purple ball there. This is a good bowl here. Yeah, really good. That's a great bowl. Bit of pressure on, and Julie Robbins delivers.
I think the key here still for Thames is just to make sure you score this end. I do think if Kia Toa win one more end, I think it will be hard for Thames to win this game. So, but, one here, 16-10 and 3 ends to go. You're still chasing to an end. So it's not ungettable still.
Forehand from Kay. Look to sit that second shot out. Slightly overcooked it.
Just looks a little underweight as
Yes.
well.
Yeah.
So Kay just needs to drop a yard, I think, John, and she'll make 2 of this. Down to speed on this line. Not quite up, I don't think.
So it really does look as though if Sharon moves that jack across somehow, I mean, all blue balls over to the right. Oh, she's not happy with this. Oh, look at that. Oh, well.
Oh, 16-10, like I said. 3-2 still required. Still the run rate to get to the 16 all is still up for grabs.
Well, we hope you're enjoying this on a pleasant Sunday afternoon, hopefully, wherever you are. And you've seen some very good competition throughout the 3 days here from the Hopes Dunedin Stadium. The Somerset Champion of Champion Triples, the men's completed, and the title going to the Gore combination, which was skipped by Sheldon Bagri-Howley, with Thomas Cockrell at 2 and Elliot Mason the lead. They beat Browns Bay, Neil Fisher and his experienced crew. It was 18-2. They completed just 11 ends. Looking for that perfect start again. Adele French saw her first bowl stay there right throughout that last end. Good track again.
Great track again. Yeah, it's close again here, John. So Adele is putting great pressure on the Kia Toa team at the moment by getting that first bowl in the area.
Just letting Janice Williams stay on this hand, which she seems to prefer. Lands right on a white dot, meaning she has a green perfect.
Yeah, green's good again for Adele, just down to weight. Oh, there we go. Kay gave us some commentary there saying you've dropped your weight.
A couple of good bowls.
Yeah, no skip's going to complain about 2 bowls past the jack, John.
Well, some might. Yeah. Oh, good track here
Val's
too
good here.
from Val. Yeah.
Yeah, this is right up to the front shot bowl. Nice shot.
Well, you can if you want to come that way, yes. Where are they? That ball is sitting behind the jack. There.
Yeah, it's just a good shot for her to be playing it. You know, the jack, the shot bowl, edge off Val's last. That's a good line.
Yeah, it's down to speed now. If she's got the weight, she's all over it.
Oh, and she hasn't got the weight. She was all over it though, wasn't she? That was the track, perfect track, but difficult now, but she's got another shot at it.
Yeah, calling for the backhand now, just trying to draw a third shot on the backhand.
She doesn't want to be narrow and weighty, of course.
That's a
Sharon.
good line. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a good line. This is just it. This is good, I think. This is counting. That's 3. It doesn't take long. You know, this game has changed quite dramatically since 14-0.
She had the perfect line last time, so if she was to hit her own with a bit of weight, that would be good enough. Inside that. Oh,
I don't think it's
hit it. No.
So,
Well,
Cage draws
different attitudes as
draws
the two skips walk past. Yes. Yep, that's right.
Yeah. K draws a 4th here. We're going to have 2-shot game with 2 ends to play. So there's a couple of big bowls coming up here, certainly for Sharon.
Julie Robbins walks past. She knows that she thought she was closer. She gets down there and finds she was nearly a metre short. So here we go. Big bowl here from Kay Bunn, skip of this Thames Coast team. Looking to really mount the pressure.
First part's good.
Not going to reach.
If this is good. No, not quite, I don't think. So Sharon's going to play the backhand as well.
And movement of the jack is good for her. Good track. Get round that
Doesn't
white
want to
bowl.
knock in.
No.
Doesn't want to knock Kay in for 4.
Oh, gee. And she doesn't carry a cloth. If I did, I'd be wiping my hands at the moment. It's a bit clammy in a situation like this.
Kay's a little wider here than the last one. Not that we can see, but there we go. Yeah, it's a little bit wider. And not here, so. But, and she looks pretty disappointed, but if Sharon fails with this bowl, we've got 3-point game.
So the line's good.
Yeah, it's down to
Sit
speed
that
now.
orange. Yeah.
She's close.
Sit the orange or the jack.
She's got the jack.
She's got
the jack.
Oh, what a bowl. What a great bowl. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
Under enormous pressure, 3 down on the head. She takes the shot. So that is what skips are paid a lot of money for, and Sharon Leonard has turned up trumps. If we could see her, I think she'd have a a relief smile on her face.
Yeah, that's a great bowl. And, you know, we could have been 16-13, but that's probably the winning of the game, that bowl.
Yeah, for the first time in 6 ends, I think it is. Janice Williams has the mat. Two ends to go, 17-10. That was a telling blow from Sharon Williams with her last bowl on that 13th end. Had gone from 16-3 ahead to 16-10, and they were 3 down on the head. Janice Williams looking to shut the gate. Well, she's consistently done it, really, hasn't she, in the latter stages? She's been over by a metre, or she's been right in the zone. So she's got nothing to be sorry about with her bowls. Just getting in there.
Yeah, there actually hasn't been a lot of short bowls in this game. So most of the bowls, if they haven't been there, they've been up. This is a good bowl again. Adele's really stepped up the last half of this game. She's played very well.
I could hear the thump, so the bowl's been delivered. Well, commentator's curse. But obviously she'd find it up a wee bit, tightened her line to try and sit the shot or grab the jack.
Yeah, it's still not done and dusted, but it is close to being done and dusted. But if Adele puts another one in here and just tries to get some more pressure going, this is handy. Yep, nothing wrong with that.
So knowing that she was half a metre short or a bit more with her two bowls, which were on perfect line on the last end, Julie Robbins will be desperate to make sure she doesn't make the same mistake again. Up and reaching the shot or reaching the jack is what she wants to do. Oh, and she has not managed it. It's amazing what a bit of tension can do. Even though there's a 7-point lead. Yeah.
Yeah, it only takes Val to draw a couple of shots here, and all of a sudden you're 4 down.
Yeah.
There's Val up here. Val's close to being up the county.
Yeah.
That's 2 in a measure.
Sharon Leonard imploring Hurst to get up there, please. I don't want to have to do that again. This time. Great line.
Yeah, down to speed, John. Oh, looks maybe a little quick, is it? No, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a nice bowl.
This isn't bad either from Val. She turns inside that last bowl of Julie's.
Oh, it's hand. Oh.
Yeah.
The only problem with that bowl, it might have locked in the Kia Toa bowl, so it can't go out. But Kay can trail the jack out to the right-hand side here, maybe 2 feet or 2.5 feet, and might create 3 or 4. Yeah, so Kay's got to try and move the jack here. So just looking down to move the jack out to the right-hand side by about 1 foot or 1.5 feet. Could make 3 in a measure. Because we're well aware 1 isn't enough, so Kay's got to create something. It's aggressive line.
Yes.
Just needs to have the weight now. She's close for something. She's close to
close
jack
to
out
the
the side. Yeah.
Oh, she's grabbed 2.
Or 3. That's 2 or 3, I think, John.
Yeah.
That'll be close to 3.
Well, we've seen the Skips play 2 real pressure bowls in these last 2 ends.
Could well be 3.
Does she like it? Looking at her face, you would have no idea. Oh, that's pretty good, isn't it? From where you see it, yeah. So it might have cut 1 out.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from our current
Can't
angle.
see because and Janice is covering the camera, so there we go. Just half of Janice now.
Yeah, it might be still 2 in a measure, so it might still be. So Kay is just going to try and beat that bowl for 4. If that's the case, if it is 3. Does look like 3 looking at that.
Yes.
And a 4 here, You know, they only need 3 on the last. You wouldn't have picked that at 14-0.
And just needing to beat that last one of Leonard's.
This one really has to count, I feel, too.
Yeah.
The track is good, John.
Well, if she comes inside that Leonard bowl,
she does like it.
Has.
Drop. No, didn't drop. Half a mile
wow.
high. That's a mighty effort. We'll see if it is 3. They've only taken 1 out.
Surely. 2
Well,
now.
It looked like 3 from
Val,
the camera angle.
Yeah. Get down and measure
Camera
it,
angle we got before. It looked like definitely 3, so we'll see. It's well inside that
3.
one.
That is 3. Or is it
still measuring?
Yeah.
Still measuring. No, it's 3.
Last end, girls. Yeah, gosh. And what a last end this is going to be. Thames Coast against Kiatoa. The final of the Women's Somerset Champion of Champions triples. Last end.
Yeah, I think the Thames Coast team will be able to walk away with their heads up high, that they just didn't cave in, and they've fought right to the very end here and have managed to catch up and given themselves a sniff at winning. So they should be happy regardless of what happens on this end.
Just waiting for that score to go up and confirming that it was 3. Team at the ground just checking the board just to make sure it's the official board. There it is. The 3 goes up.
So if Adele gets them off to a good start, this could be an exciting last end. And Kay's already happy with it. It's always nice to see some excitement in these games at the end too, John. I know the Kiatoa side won't want any, but it would be good if someone's got to play a good. It would be good if someone's got to play a good one to win the game.
Run it out, buddy. Run it out. Come on.
Well, this is 2 good ones. I can see them later on tonight going, if only we hadn't given them 14 start.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
This is a nice track.
Oh, a lovely bowl from Janice Williams. It'll be the second shot. And she was on such a perfect line. So Kiatoa saying, okay, get 4 or 5 inside that, 4 to take us to an extra end.
Yeah, the good news is Adele's 2 bowls are in play, so any trail here is 3. If it isn't already 2, if Val does move the jacket, it will be 3. And Val's on a good track. She just needs to be up with this bowl. And Kay's liking it.
Kay like.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
And a small touch. And that could well be 3. There's a possibility of 3, so...
You don't need to know.
I'm pretty sure that means you're 3 down. Julie's played pretty good. You'd expect her to get one in here, I would think. She's trying here. It's not far away.
Oh, she's played a beautiful
pretty
bowl.
Good.
Yeah. Gosh.
Oh, yeah, that's a good shot.
Yeah.
but Thames Coast still got 2, so if Val can draw a third, then Kay's got her chance to get the draw. It's a good track again now, John.
Kay likes it again.
And Kay. Oh yeah, Kay's liking this, I think. And that's 3 by the looks of it.
Yep.
Comfortably 3.
Yeah, she just needs to sit on that. Either of those orange ones. Don't worry about contacting.
Coming in here, just drawing under here, into my pot. My pot's the kitty.
Oh, absolute silence in the stadium. No dogs barking or anything. How does that look? Can't see Sharon, but looked to be wide as it left Julie's hands.
Yeah, it's a little quick, is it? Yeah, it is a little quick.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
I still think it's 3 to Thames. Kay's just checking the back bowl with the front bowl, I think. Oh no, maybe the back bowl with the wing bowl. So maybe it's 3 and a measure. Well, the fact they're looking at that wing bowl of Thames Coast, it means it must be 3 and a look.
Yeah. I mean, the shot there really is, just be there, isn't it? Onto that orange or the black. It doesn't really matter because any contact will push the jack back. Just got to be there for the Kia Toa, but it all depends what the skip here, Kay Bunn, does with this bowl.
Well, Kay's just got to draw a shot and not worry about moving the jack or anything. It's just get on the mat, draw a fourth, and put the other team under the sword, as we say. You could just about cut the air with a knife here, John, right at the moment.
Wow, yes.
Kay's chasing it.
Well, even if she sits those back bowls, she'll be happy.
Yep.
Yes, she's
done it. That's good enough. That's at least 4. Well, who would have thought we'd seen this?
So Sharon Leonard, who played a beaut coming this way last time, looks to have played a pretty good one if she's up. Is she up? She's not up. Or she is. She might have cut it down to 3. Maybe.
No, I'm not sure. Well, here come the finger measures, John. Kay's still looking relaxed. It's hard to tell. I think if you're
going down there
4, yeah, I think you just try and play the same bowl. It's be nice for us to actually know whether it was 3 or 4, but certainly the crowd has gone very quiet out there that are watching. So here it is, destiny in Kay's hand at the moment.
Right. Is this the bowl that's going to give them the match or an extra end? What has she done with this?
We can't tell.
Oh, just around. So, Sharon Leonard goes up and finger measures.
Are we going to see an extra end, John? That's the real
what might
question.
happen here.
We absolutely have no idea. You think if it's only 3, you wouldn't play it. But it looks like it's only 3.
Is she thinking of
Yeah, so
playing
it can
the
only
other
be
hand?
3. It can only be 3. Yeah, but I think here it's still the backhand.
Yeah,
Touching
but she was looking
the
at the other
either
hand.
yellow bowl. Yeah,
Yep,
either
yeah.
yellowy orange bowl, and you
That's
win the
it.
game.
That's all it needs.
It's a risky thing to play the forehand if in case you are 4 down. Oh, you're just playing the backhand.
Oh,
Yep.
good. Thank goodness. She was looking to play the other hand, and I thought, my word, you played it almost perfectly last time. Get up there into that orange bowl. If you sit any of
Right.
those, you'll be fine.
Here we go.
She's tracking wide,
Looks
and she goes.
might be a wick.
Enough.
Might be a wick. Well, we're going to find out whether we've got an extra end. And that bowl's leaning on the white bowl, which might actually mean it's a little bit closer than what it was before.
3.
You can see that the last bowl she played has pushed the white bowl forward probably half an inch.
Get an umpire. Get an umpire.
And here is the umpire. So you can see the last purple bowl is leaning the white bowl about half an inch more closer than what it was before they started. So that could be a complete disaster that bowl has got to there.
So remember, the red bowls are Thames, the blue bowls, Kia Toa, that's the labels, stickers on them. Here we go. Is it 3? Can someone come and give Janice a nudge and get her away from the camera, please? We like to see what's going on.
Right, so this part of the measure is going to, when he goes round to the other side, this will give us a big indication if we can't see the side camera either now, so we absolutely have no idea.
No.
Well, there we go.
Just seeing over Janice's shoulder now.
I still can't tell.
No.
I still can't tell because Janice moved in the way just then, right at the last minute. It's the back one, I think.
He's flicked the red one out. He's flicked the red one out. That's 4. There we go.
All.
So 17 all. Wow, who would have believed that this might happen? When you're 14-0 down, you restrict the opposition to 3 shots and you score 17.
Now, if I read the rules right, which someone might be able to correct me, on the extra end, a kill, the jack goes on the tee. Is that the correct interpretation of the rule?
We're just
I
getting
think that is the rule.
Yep.
Well, I can't believe we've got to 17 all after that. What a great fight back this has been.
Yeah. Well, Janice Williams has thrown a short one, the shortest one we've seen.
So I don't know who won the toss, so that we don't know either.
No, but certainly Thames Coast will have the last bowl. Here we go. First bowl of this extra end. Good starter from Janice Williams. She threw the jack up and she throws a pretty good bowl up to start.
Yeah, great bowl under all sorts of pressure now in this game.
But Adele French throughout has been very consistent, particularly in the latter stages. Almost her getting into song coincided with their fight back. And here's another good one from her.
This is really good. Probably 1 to Kia Toa. Yep, so we've just been told that if the jack is killed, it will go replaced on the 2 metre mark. And one would wonder if either team know that rule.
I'm sure someone's getting a message through to them.
Right, Adele's a little bit wider with this one.
Finishes in a good home,
Good home. Yeah, it's a good home.
This match is going to keep these 6 players awake at night for a while.
For sure, John.
Gosh.
From both teams' perspective, whoever loses
Yes.
from here,
Yeah.
whether we've fought back from 14-0, either way, whichever team loses now is going to have a nightmare somewhere. So I think the key is just be up if you're down. And Val does look
Under
like
that
she's
black
up here.
bowl. Great
If
line,
she's got
though.
the weight, anything but short.
Oh. Cover the 2 metre.
Well, it's not a bad idea, to be honest, while you're holding the shot. If you're going to waste a bowl, now's the time to waste it.
Yeah. That looked like she was giving it a wee bit. As long as she's not narrow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I'll take that one. So if you've just joined in and haven't seen the start to this game, Kiatoa from South Canterbury against Thames Coast from Thames Valley. Kiatoa went on a scoring spree. They got to 14-0 after 6 ends. Then they were 16-3 ahead after 8. And 16-6, 16-7, 16-9, 16-10, 17-10, 17-13. Thames have that back bowl. And they now have the shot. So they've gone from 14-0 down to 17 all, and we're playing an extra end. And once more, the skips are going to have to come in to this situation. Here's this bowl, beautifully weighted. And now we see the damage, just getting a flick off that shot. And it's, Kate Bunn was beside herself with excitement, and no doubt, here we go. Sharon Leonard, first of her 2 bowls, looking to draw through that gap. It's a reasonable gap for her to get through to. Her line's not bad. Is she going to be up? She's not going to be up, or she gets a wee feather. What's it done? A finger measure. Oh, they're holding it. She says, we've got it. It's good that she's retaining a sense of humour under a really difficult situation. What do you think? If she thinks they're holding it, will she go for a shot that just protects it, blocks Sharon's shot? Who knows? Here we go. Playing the other hand anyway. What a stunning finale to the Somerset champion of champion triples. Val has a foot out. That's where she wants it to land. Oh, doesn't want to flick on that from the opposition. Made no difference. You know, it was a finger measure, so it needs 5 centimetres, doesn't it? That's about all to get up. Last bowl for Sharon Leonard. She looks wide, and she will now be Looking at this team, they have decided, without even measuring, that it is Thames Coast who have taken this. What does Sharon say? Is she, or she's going to just finger measure? Thames Coast are absolutely confident. Yes, they are, and Thames Coast have staged a remarkable comeback from being 14-0 down to getting up, forcing an extra end, and winning this final against Kia Toa. What a heartbreak for the women in red and black. They did so well to get up to 14 zip. They fought back, they hung in there, they scored only a single on the last, half a dozen, 7 ends. And so, big fight back, led by their lead, Adele French, and finished off by Val Matthews and Kay Bunn, all contributing mightily to this remarkable fight back. And it is the Thames Coast team who will be the Somerset Champion of Champion Triples winners for 2022-23. We'll show you some highlights shortly, but my thanks to Mark Noble and Alex Reid for their contributions during this 3 days of commentary. The men's event went to Gore, beating who was it in the final? That was Neil Fisher's team. And next week, of course, we have the fours from Auckland. Check that Bowls New Zealand website for details on that. Hugs all round for the Thames Coast team, which has won the title.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.